Good morning.
Good morning.
At this time, I call the October 6th meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to order. On behalf of the commissioners and the staff, I want to welcome everyone to the meeting. We begin our meetings with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. For the invocation, you're welcome to stand and join us, or you're welcome to have your own individual prayer, or you can use this time for a moment of silence. Commissioner Marvin Arrington will give the invocation, after which I will lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Arrington.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the maker of our great universe, creator of us all, we come today to thank you for allowing us to assemble here today. We pray that you will continue to bless Nash County, and you will continue to bless each commissioner that is present here and serve as your county commissioner. We pray for our citizens that the decisions that we make will at least satisfy most of us so that we can move in the right direction. Dear God, we continue to thank you for all the blessings that you bestow upon our people and our nation. We ask all of our prayers in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Commissioners, we have two items to add to the agenda this morning. The first item is the Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Grant application. It will be presented by Emily Moore, and it will be added as agenda item number 9A. The second item is an ABC board request, which is for information only. It will be added as item number 26A, and it will be presented by the County Attorney, Mike Gaynor, and the Assistant County Manager, Tia Fuller. Everybody got that? Okay, this morning we have two sets of minutes for approval from our regular meeting of September the 8th and our mid-month meeting of September 22nd. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, without objection, we will approve both sets of minutes with one motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Those minutes are approved. Now we will move to agenda item number 5, public comments. A time for public comments is provided at the first regularly scheduled monthly Board of Commissioners meeting. This time is for the public to provide feedback to Nash County government. We're glad to hear from our citizens and ask that all speakers adhere to the following guidelines. Each speaker will be given 3 to 5 minutes for comments with notification of time at 4 minutes. County Attorney Mike Gaynor will be our timekeeper. To avoid repetition, groups of individuals supporting the same position are encouraged to designate a spokesperson to address the board on their behalf. Speakers will be allowed to speak once at each meeting, addressing the board without reference to individual members and conforming to reasonable standards of courtesy. No dialogue between the speakers and the board should occur. Speakers must make comments from the audience podium and shall not otherwise approach the commissioners or staff without consent by the chair. Your comments will be noted, and if you have provided contact information, you will receive follow-up from our staff as appropriate. If you signed up to speak on a subject that is already on the agenda, for example, a rezoning matter with a public hearing, please hold your comments until this matter comes up. There should be no interruption from anyone in the audience, for example, clapping or talking before, during, or after each speaker's comments. This will allow us to move forward productively. This morning we have 2 speakers that have signed up. They will be called on in the order that they did sign up. First speaker will be Terry Milligan, is that correct? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You skip.
Mr. Milligan, for the record, when you come to the podium, would you just restate your name, please? Thank you, sir.
You skipped a minute.
Good morning. Thank you for sharing your time with me this morning. I'm Terry Milligan. I bought my property in Nash County on 1 July this year. 1 August, I got a tax statement. No problem. I contacted the tax department because I am a 100% disabled veteran to see about the 45% reduction. You must file between 1 January and 1 June. I didn't live in Nash County during that time. I got a tax statement I got to pay before January the 6th, and, you know, I can come and file for next year, and I will, but there's no provisions for a disabled veteran such as myself that moves into the county to file for this tax break. And I spoke with them, I spoke with the Veterans Affairs here, and so here I am, and that's what I want to do. I mean, that just does not seem fair to me at all. I guess that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Milligan. Someone from staff will be in touch with you.
Thank you so much, and again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker will be Leah Lochner, is that correct? Leah? Please restate your name at the podium for the record, ma'am. Thank you very much.
My name is Leah Leitner. I'm a little nervous, so forgive me if I misspeak.
Don't be nervous.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the standards and accountability that our county employees and the public deserve. I was recently terminated from my position as Animal Control Officer for Nash County after working there less than a month. And while I accept that not every job works out, I cannot stay silent about the systemic issues I witnessed, issues that directly impacted my ability to succeed and serve this county properly. From day one, the expectations placed on me were inconsistent and frankly unfair. Despite being told I was on probation, I was expected to be on call alone on my very first day with no meaningful support or training. When it was convenient for management, I was treated as fully capable. When it wasn't, I was treated as expendable. Meanwhile, basic professionalism from supervisors and coworkers were lacking. Coworkers were consistently late. Coworkers would leave early almost daily without accountability. My supervisor himself has openly said he doesn't want to go to court because he's too lazy. That's a direct quote. When it comes to shelter operations, our supervisor frequently has no idea what's going on. He's called mandatory meetings at 7:30 in the morning on 3 separate occasions, and each time he either showed up late or canceled last minute. That's not leadership, that's disorganization. And when I asked for proper training, I was told I didn't need it because I had prior experience as an animal control officer in Rocky Mount. But Rocky Mount and Nash County have completely different policies, procedures, and community needs. To assume no training is necessary simply because of a job title is not just negligent, it sets employees up to fail. Lack of education when it comes to animal care is a concern as well. I have seen catch pulls being used on cats, despite that being a discouraged practice. When I joined, disease was running rampant because of improper procedures. Bleach was being used in kennels, despite it being a harmful substance. No one on the staff prior to me and another employee had veterinary experience. I was committed to doing the job well. I wanted to serve this community, to protect animals, and to help people. But I was placed in an environment where leadership was inconsistent, unprofessional, and unwilling to support success. I asked this council to look into the management practices of the Animal Control Department, not just for me, but for the next person who takes this position and for the public who deserve better, as well as the animals who deserve more than what I witnessed and experienced. On top of all of this, I was fired without any prior written or verbal warnings. My termination paperwork stated all corrective measures have been used and ignored, but that is simply not true. I was never counseled, written up, or even told I was in jeopardy of losing my job. I was just let go. That is not a fair process, even for probationary employees. That is not how a city should treat its workers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I would just ask staff to make note of those comments and follow up appropriately. Thank you. All right, that concludes our public comments for this morning. So now we will move to agenda item number 6. Call on Anthony Rogers, Veteran Services Director, to present the request, Nash County resolution to participate in Operation Greenlight in support of veterans. Good morning.
Good morning.
sir.
My name is Anthony Rogers. I'm the Director of Veteran Services. First, I want to say good morning to all our county commissioners and good morning to all our public. And this time, I will read our resolution. Whereas the residents of Nash County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude of all the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of those who have served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Nash County seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, veterans of foreign warfares, religious groups, civil services, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life. And whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans. And whereas Nash County appreciates the sacrifices of the United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Now, therefore, be it resolved, with designation as green light for Nash County hereby declares November 4th through 11th, 2025 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifices of those transitioning from active service. And be it further resolved that Nash County encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence from November 4th through 11th, 2025.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions from board? Any comments? Could I ask all veterans in the room to please stand? If there are veterans in the room, would you please stand? Ask the board to thank them for their service. Thank you, sir, and thank you for what you do for our veterans.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
All right, hearing no comments from the board, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion proudly passes. Thank you, sir, for being here with us this morning.
Thank you for all your time.
All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 7, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 250901 Wildlife Road subdivision. Call on Planning Director Adam Tyson to present the request. Good morning, Mr. Tyson.
Good morning. The first public hearing on the board's agenda this morning is for rezoning, as the chairman said, on Wildlife Road. This will look familiar to the board. A previous version of this conditional rezoning request made by the same applicant for the same subject property was denied by the Board of Commissioners back on June the 2nd. It was denied due to a finding that the resulting increase in traffic on the dead-end Wildlife Road would be incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding area. The applicant has now submitted this revised request with 3 significant differences. Number 1, instead of proposing individual private on-site wells that would potentially impact the groundwater supply in this area, the applicant is now proposing an extension of Nash County Public Water Service to serve all of these proposed residential lots. And of course, that would not impact the local groundwater supply or the existing wells surrounding this property. The second significant change is that approximately 28 acres in the north, which is off to the left side of your screen here, that was previously intended to be shared open space is now proposed to be made subject to a permanent conservation easement agreement. And you can see that in the areas that are shaded green. That would prevent the future development of that under any circumstances and would ensure that it's preserved in its natural current condition. Finally, the developer has proposed some visual screening around the subdivision. At the road entrance, they have proposed a landscape buffer on either side of the new road coming off of Wildlife Road. Also, as of Friday afternoon, the developer contacted me and wishes to amend the conditions so as to provide a screening buffer along the eastern side and the western side of these properties up to this point here, and then up this side and up to there. And I will talk about that in a little more detail in a second. As a reminder, this is the subject property. It's 151.6 acres. It's currently undeveloped land owned by Little Bear Creek Properties B, who is the prospective developer. It's located on the north side of Wildlife Road, northeast of the town of Castalia. And as you can see in the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen, that light green color indicates that this whole area is zoned A1 agricultural. The owner-developer has submitted this conditional rezoning request to rezone the property from A1 to RA30CZ, which is a single-family residential conditional zone, specifically for the proposed development of the 122 residential lots that were shown on the previous sketch plan. Approval of this rezoning request by the board would have 3 substantial impacts. Most obviously, the minimum lot area would be reduced from the current 40,000 square foot requirement to 30,000 square feet, which would increase the permitted residential density. Because of the rural nature of the A1 zoning district, there are more than 60 different land uses that are currently permitted there that would not be permitted under the proposed residential zoning district. The most common and notable of those would be single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes that are permitted in the A1 but would not be permitted in the proposed development if the rezoning were to be approved. Finally, because this is a conditional rezoning, the subject property would only be able to be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan that we just saw and that we're going to review again. That sketch plan has been submitted to us by Pannoni Associates, which is the engineer of record for this project. They're here with us this morning and will participate in the following public hearing. This serves as the required site plan for the conditional rezoning request. It has 7 new public road rights-of-way coming off the north side of Wildlife Road, and as I recently stated, 122 new residential lots. There's 1 special purpose lot here shaded in green that features a part of an existing pond. That would be the shared mailbox kiosk lot. There are 3 special purpose lots on the north end of the property. Those will be for open space and stormwater management ponds as needed. And then within that common area, there are 28 acres of green shaded conservation easement area that would be protected from any future development. All of these proposed lots would be accessed from the new interior subdivision roads. There are no roads proposed with direct access to Wildlife Road. The sketch plan includes 2 stub road connections to the immediately adjacent properties to the west and 1 stub road connection to the immediately adjacent property to the east here. Those don't indicate that the applicant has additional plans, but are required by the county ordinance to plan for future interconnectivity if those properties are ever developed. Of course, if they aren't developed after a number of years, those stub roads can be absorbed into the adjacent lots. Each of these new lots under the new rezoning would have to meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width requirements. And as stated prior, the new lots would have to be served under the conditions of this rezoning by an extension of Nash County Public Water Service, and they would also have individual private on-site septic systems. As with all rezonings, we need to consult the county's comprehensive land use plan. On the screen here is an excerpt from that plan's future land use map. You can see that the area designated in green is a residential agricultural area. That covers the majority of the property. And then the northern portions of the property shown in blue are in the water protection natural resource area. This request is mostly consistent with the requirements of the future land use map. Specifically in this green residential agricultural area, the plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet, which is what the applicant is requesting. The plan also recommends that when rezoning for greater residential density, that the development of manufactured homes be prohibited, and because this is an RA district, that is also what the applicant is requesting. The area where this plan is not necessarily fully consistent with the land use plan has to do with the edge of this water protection natural resource area. Not all of the lots that fall within that area are smaller than, are 40,000 square feet or greater, which is the general recommendation of the plan. But the road network of this proposed subdivision is specifically designed to avoid direct impacts to the riparian stream buffers that trigger the creation of this area. The design, as I mentioned, utilizes stormwater control measures to manage runoff from the development. And again, in this version, the applicant is offering up approximately 28 acres to be placed into a conservation easement. All of that within to help mitigate the impact of the development on this more environmentally sensitive northern end of the property. This request could be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, number one, the request would not be spot zoning. The subject property is already zoned for residential use and will continue to be zoned for that, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. And although this rezoning will permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, the land uses that are allowed are much more restrictive, referencing back to those 60 land uses or more that are permitted in the current agricultural zone that would not be allowed in the residential zone. The Technical Review Committee considered this second proposal on August 28 and recommended approval, subject to a list of suggested development conditions. The Planning Board considered this request on September 15th. Ms. Nancy Westbrake with the Nashville Graphic addressed the board at that meeting with questions regarding the existing streams located on the subject property, as well as the current agricultural use of the property. And I believe the answer to that is that the property is not currently used for farming. There were 8 members of the public present at that meeting. They are listed in your staff report. They addressed the board in opposition to the request. They cited concerns regarding the proposed concentration of septic systems, the increase in traffic, again, on a dead-end road, water runoff and pollution, the potential impact on local wildlife, the increased demand on public services, and the overall change it would bring to the current rural character of the area. Mr. Justin Brown and Mr. Matt Hanna with Little Bear Creek Properties, who are here with us today again, addressed the board that night in support of the request. In a split vote of 5-1, the planning board recommended approval of the request, subject to the development conditions listed below in the staff report. You do have a motion for potential approval of the rezoning request and a motion for denial. They both reference a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. I want to review the development conditions because, as I mentioned at the top of the report, there is a change related to the landscape screening that the applicant is offering as of last Friday. Number one, under development conditions, the subject property should be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan for the Wildlife Road subdivision. Number two, the subject property may be developed for the land uses permitted in the RA 30 zoning district. Number three, all of these lots must be served by the Nash County Public Water System if it is approved, and of course, the cost of that will fall on the developer. Number four, we're going to replace with the version that I'm going to read now, and I will provide this to the clerk, of course, for the minutes. Number four, as revised, will read, the developer shall provide screening buffers around the exterior perimeter of the subdivision that are either 6 foot high or expected to reach a height of 6 feet within 3 years of planting, and that consist of either preserved natural vegetation where the existing vegetation is sufficient to provide an effective visual screen, or planted screening trees, or an earthen berm planted with vegetative cover, or a combination of planted screening trees and an earthen berm planted with vegetative cover. It'll be located as follows. On the west side of the subdivision entrance, which would be right here as I'm indicating on the screen, there will be a 50-foot wide screening buffer on proposed lots 99 through 104, adjacent to Wildlife Road. On the east side of that same entrance right here on proposed lot 1, there will be a 30-foot wide screening buffer. Along the western boundary of the subject property right here, there will be a 20-foot wide screening buffer on lots 84 through 99. And then again, on the opposite side here and up through here, there'll be a 20-foot wide screening buffer on that eastern side on lots 1 through 19 and 21 through 30. And again, all 4 of those screening areas will meet the requirements that I stated, the 6-foot height within 3 years, and then the option to either preserve the natural vegetation, build a berm, plant trees, or plant trees on top of a berm. So the applicant can choose. Finally, the planning department shall inspect the screening buffers and determine their sufficiency prior to the final approval of the subdivision development. Condition number 5 will require the applicant to enter into a conservation easement agreement with the county for the approximately 28 acres shaded in green to prevent its future development and to preserve its natural condition. Condition number 6 lists the state and county requirements prior to construction, and erosion and sedimentation control plan, NCDOT road design approval and driveway permit, and a Nash County stormwater permit. And number 7 and number 8 are the boilerplate conditions that we attach to every one of our conditional rezonings. With that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report, and of course I'll remain available throughout the public hearing if any other questions arise.
Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Belfield.
With this many lots clustered together, even R30, without a central water and sewer system could create problems. And I don't understand why that wasn't considered with the planning board and the TRC. That could be an issue in the future, a problem, maybe a challenge, that something that needs to be improved or corrected. The buffer, what will he be developer be using for the buffer? Would it be, I know some developments, they close it in with a wooden fence. But here, what is it using?
So the developer has three options. If the vegetation that is there, that they leave untouched, is sufficient to block the view, and again, the judge as to whether it's sufficient to block the view will be the planning department, they can leave that existing vegetation. If they want to build a berm, which would be, you know, out of soil that is planted with vegetation to prevent erosion, that would be an option. If that berm will reach the 6 feet, they could plant screening trees that are an appropriate space from each other that they would grow into a hedge, or they could do a combination of a berm and planted trees that would grow into a hedge. So they would have really 4 options for how they want to provide that screening, and ultimately it would be on the county to inspect and agree that what they are providing is sufficient before we recorded the final subdivision plat.
In my opinion, using trees would make it a lot more beautiful rather than putting up a fence and painting it. I had another question there. It seemed like it left me. Maybe it come back later, but I won't bother.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Tyson, do you have any reason why the developer chose to add the, what would be the 5th item that was added, the screening protection down the 2 major sides, which I don't recall coming up?
The applicant told me that it was an attempt to mitigate the impact on the surrounding property owners, and it was evidently some feedback that they had received from some of the adjacent property owners, perhaps outside of the planning board meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions for staff? One question before we go into public hearing. The screening buffers, that area is a forest. So is it the intent to use part of the forest that you don't clear as the screening buffers?
Yes, that would probably be their initial preference due to cost. However, it will be on the planning department to look at what's left and determine whether that leaves an effective visual screen or if they need to supplement that with some additional planted trees as well.
Well, again, it's a forest, so it would certainly, that amount of screening would certainly, is already there. So I don't really see where there's any increased cost to the developer for that, but that's just my comments from going up and looking at the property. Other questions for staff? All right, hearing none, we're going to open the public hearing. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, if you'd please come up to the podium, state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Bruce Everett. I live on 6750 Wildlife, which is the very beginning of this road where the stop sign is.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I've got here a petition that we've circulated to get signatures from people that are opposed to this. I'd like to get to you guys.
If you would hand that to the clerk, she will make sure that it's made available to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, we went around knocking on doors. The people in the area are really kind of upset with the development that's being pushed on them, and they feel like they have no say. We actually had some people that said they wouldn't even bother to sign the petition because it just fell on deaf ears. You know, they feel like they're being run over, being pushed around. I know there's some concern of private property rights with these people purchasing property and able to do what they want to with it. But, you know, that being said, the people that already own property have rights to use their property like they wanted when they bought it and not to have it changed. You know, we look at these subdivisions as like a cancer. I mean, they're scarring the rural area, and it's, you know, once they come in, they pour cement built houses. It's not like a storm. We can come back and rebuild it back up and make it back the way it was. It's always going to be this. You know, we feel the veiled threat of modular or trailers being put down there is, you know, it's still going to be the traffic. That has not been addressed. You know, seems like the 30 pieces of silver for the planning board was the promise of them constructing a county water line, which does nothing to negate the issue with the traffic congestion, the safety, the environmental impact. They still got to put the sewer somewhere. You know, you couldn't build an apartment building in this area with 120 families in it and have one means of egress, and then the sewer being dumped in the septic tank in the backyard to eventually filter out into other people's properties. It's a concentration. You know, we had a meeting with these guys, and the suggestion was do larger lots, less houses. You know, they could sell the lots for more, they could still make their money back. It would be less impact on the area and be more in keeping with what's already there. Most people have, you know, some acreage, some more, some less, but it's, you know, we're not an affluent area. You know, there's not a bunch of doctors and lawyers that can hire lawyers to fight this stuff. I mean, it's, you know, we have to come to you guys for that. The people that we talked to in getting these petitions signed had a lot to say. You know, one was that they didn't understand why local and county officials were almost hell-bent on voting against the will of the people that they are here to represent, and falling on the side of people from outside the county who come in. They purchased the land. I know it's private property, but it's merchandise. They're not going, it's not a primary residence. The banks treat it differently with loans, with the interest rates, because they know the people don't have any vested interest in it. It's just a transaction, and that's all this is to them. They really don't care what it does to the community. They don't have to wake up in the morning, as do none of the other people who's listening to this, and face the traffic issues, to whatever's brought into the community as crime. You know, even if they put modular homes down there, it's still the traffic issue. There's still the septic. There's still the runoff from the drives and the roofs. The back of that lot that they're talking about putting in this conservation magnanimously is land that they can't do anything with anyway. It's in the flood zone. If you look at a topographic map, from the back of that property, there's a 60-foot drop down, almost straight down at the back of that property to that creek, Redbud Creek. It's a natural area, and, you know, water going downhill, as we saw in western North Carolina, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. They can put the little retention puddles or ponds in places that they think would hold water. It's just a collection point for the pollutants that run during normal rain, that under a heavy rain is just going to be released all at one time into that creek, and there's no stopping it. I mean, 60-foot drop in that short of a distance is a lot of fall. It goes from 240 to 180 down to the bottom, and then it goes back up. That's that flood zone down there, and it's on some of the county maps, which I had printed. I didn't know I could show them, so I didn't bring them with me. But you know, it's just not a fit for the area. And is that me?
That's 5 minutes, Mr. Everett.
That was my 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank
well,
you.
thank you for listening
your
anyway.
comments.
I'm a little nervous, and we're not public speakers, groomed like all these other guys that's done it for a living, but we thank you guys anyway.
Thank you, sir. Who wishes to speak next? Please state your name at the podium, ma'am, for the record, okay? Thank you.
My name is Sandra Everett. I live at 6750 Wildlife Road. I knocked on doors with petition, people in the Castaic area. The people that I talked to, every one of them was against a subdivision for wildlife, the one in Castaic, the one down on 58. They were angry with the landowners that sold out. They're mad at the developers. Their main concern was the increased traffic, crime, possible increase in property tax, and what would be done to the environment. These people were very nice to me. They welcomed me into their home, and it was like I was a sounding board for them to rant, to show how angry they were over this. I was told that these same developers, and I don't know because I haven't seen a starting one on Taylor Store Road also. And it's just like something bad just spreading around Castalia. I mean, nobody wants it. And I talked to some people, there was a few that said that many people moved into the Castalia area, the people that lived there for a long time, they were just going to try to sell and move out. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Someone else wish to speak? Please state your name at the podium, sir, for the record.
My name is Richard Huggins. I live on 14400 Redbud Road in Castalia. I'm going to start off real quick. You notice they didn't address the traffic thing. They told you about the buffers and all that. There's still going to be a boatload of traffic. That issue's not even being addressed. At a planning board meeting, they disapproved the 30,000 lots and want 40,000. Now they want 30,000 lots again. So they'll be adding about 12 more houses, I'm going to guess. I don't know why we would go back to 30,000, so just a question. And also at that first meeting, at the planning board, there was someone on there who pretty much berated the citizens of Castalia, saying, you're lucky we don't put a dump there, single-wide development. There's nothing you can do about it because of the 40,000 square foot. It's just okay to do that. I don't appreciate that. I don't think my fellow Castalians do either. So that's a reason that we feel we got no say in anything, because we're being berated, and it just wasn't nice. But anyway, I know this is a done deal, but I think we got to find a way as a county, before just giving blanket approvals for a developer to come in and buy a bunch of, bunch of acreage and just be able to put homes on it. It should be a process where the commission or the county determines whether that's appropriate for the area. If you would have done that, you would find that this is not appropriate for the area. You know, I was driving here today. I have 20 acres that I farm. I'm coming down Redbud Road. I'm looking left and right. I'm coming down Taylor Store Road. Farms, beautiful. I'm stuck behind a John Deere big combine, and I'm thinking, how good is life here? And this is what's going to happen with this development. It's going to change. Instead of farms, and I'm looking at sweet potatoes, cotton, freshly plowed fields, soybeans. It's going to become, you know, Beaver Creek development, you know, this development, that development. That's where this is going. They're trying to make Castalia a bedroom community for Raleigh and Rocky Mount. And it's just so inappropriate. They've already got a development next to the park in town where they're putting in over 150 houses. How do you expect Castalia to handle this influx of people? They can't. You know, it's absolutely, I think, a terrible thing. I don't know why this is just blanketly approved. And like the previous speaker said, the developers throw these bones out, you know, with the conservation area that they're going to do and the buffer and all that. And that's just to appease you so that you'll approve it. It's not to appease us. We don't want it. It's not appropriate. And the traffic thing, again, it's the one thing you didn't answer. You brought up the other things. I think it's like 1,000 movements a day or something there with that many people. And you go out there, you go left, you go right on Wildlife. There's going to be a traffic jam all the way down Wildlife. It has a little blinking light at the end, left or right. Of course, they're going to have to put a traffic light in. And it's just so, to me, not thoroughly thought out by the county. Because anybody here would realize it's not appropriate for the area. You know, you look behind, you go to Nashville, look behind a Food Lion. It's like a city back there now. That's what we're becoming. And Castalia is a rural community, a farming community. There's absolutely no anything there. There's no convenience store except for the L&L. There's nothing there. These people are going to demand services, and you're going to have to pay for it. They're going to want police. They're going to want an ambulance service. They're going to want a shopping center. That'll be next. You want to build a shopping center. It's just so inappropriate. It's like, I understand urban sprawl. I get it. I grew up north. I've seen it. You know, all the rural areas in New Jersey taken over by senior citizen developments. That's big up there. But, you know, the pine lands are just being taken over by developments. And that's what's happening here. So I implore you, let's find a way that you guys can look at a developer.
Sir, would you wrap up your comments?
And disapprove or approve it before it's okayed that he can. And again, 30,000-foot lots were denied, 40,000. Now they want to go back to 30,000. I don't think you should allow them to do 30,000.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
lots. Thank you.
Someone else wish to speak? Good morning, ma'am. If you'd state your name at the podium for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Randy Mays. I live at 5764 and 5758 Wildlife Road. I'm an adjacent landowner. Liberty and justice for all. We just heard that, didn't we? Liberty and justice for all. Well, let me put a little different spin on what we're talking about today. We're talking about 122 families that are going to be literally fenced in to an area where their only way to do anything is to either trespass on other people's property or leave their own little community. We don't get DoorDash. We might if they all move in there. That might entice somebody to do DoorDash to Castalia. No place for coffee and bagels, because you know they're going to want their coffee. As Rich just said, they want shopping centers. It's 15 miles to Lewisburg grocery store, Spring Hope grocery store, Nashville grocery store. Do you think these people are going to be ready to drive that far for groceries? Why in the world would anybody approve putting that many people at that high a density in that small a space and expect them to thrive? This council has approved dog hunting in Nash County. This council has approved a fox pen, or as I call it, a coyote kill pen on Wildlife Road, where they run dogs chasing coyotes. They're going to have to, these people are going to have to listen to that. These people are going to have deer hounds running through their yards, and they can't say or do anything about it. Where's their liberty and justice? Why would we even welcome them there when this is, they're not going to get freedom, there's no liberty, and they're going to be told just like we're being told, well, it was zoned so that the developer could do this. And they're going to say, well, we wanted to buy a home, we wanted to live out in the country. This is what you're allowing. I'm going to be chasing people off my property all the time. I'm going to be the first person to have somebody drown in that pond of mine. Because the kids can't stay within property lines. They have nowhere else to go but the surrounding woods. That's where I'd be if I was a kid. And the adults too. Why don't we go back there and shoot? Nobody's back there. Okay, that's fine. I don't know that I really care about shooting. But I'll be back there too. because it's going to be my property. Where's the justice? I just don't understand. I do believe that the county commissioners need to think about rezoning or creating a special category for agricultural 1 zoning instead of hiding behind it. Well, it's zoned that way, they can do it. Thanks a lot. There's a lot going on in our little road, but the people there know each other, the people support each other, we like each other. Only we're now an angry bunch of 12 homesteads wondering why we're still there. Please think about it. Please think about the future of Nash County. This is a bad fit. I know it's going to go in. I know what we're going to have to deal with. I know I'm going to get sued for the first drowning in the pond. And there's nothing I can do about it because I own the attractive nuisance. But where's those people's liberty and justice? They're not going to be free. They're going to have to stay self-contained, and they'll have just as few list of rights as I do. There won't be justice for all. But I do want to commend you all. Thank you for being here. I want to say Mr. Tyson and his staff have been more than kind to me, answering questions anytime I ask them. The professionalism is very much appreciated. The responsiveness of Mr. Arrington when I text him with questions, comments. So thank you very much for all you do. But please try to do some different things to make this county an even better place to live.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name at the podium for the record, sir.
Hello, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Warren Mays. I live at 5758 Wildlife Road. I am the adjacent property. This was my wife that just spoke. There's one thing we haven't addressed in what the traffic is going to do. I'm speaking for the wildlife. I can go to the backside of my property and see an eagle. When's the last time y'all saw an eagle? We have eastern box turtles who will live within a mile. These animals will get crushed. They'll be destroyed. Due to the traffic, any animal coming and crossing the road is going to get run over. We're going to have a problem with the traffic. We're going to have a problem with the people. You're talking about, they say, well, there'll only be 40, 50 people more if we do this. There's not even 50 people here. Can you imagine if we all had individual things to say and wanted to get up and say it? Well, this is what we're going to be dealing with when you get this many people in one spot. Folks around ours, if you need the car, you know where the keys are. They're in it. Those days will be gone. We'll be dealing with teenagers. We'll be dealing with adults. We'll be dealing with people with attitudes. And it just does not seem like it's going to work. What we're talking about is over 30,000 gallons of sewage a day, because the average house uses about 300 gallons a day. So if you're using that water, where it's going? It's going into the septic tank, or it's going out on the curb, washing the oil and everything downfield. If there's some possible way, how do you deal with 30,000 gallons of sewer in the ground? And most of that ground doesn't perk. The reason I know that is there's Spring Hope Meadows, Lake Royal subdivision, Red Oak plantation, and the village of Old Spring Hope. Every one of those lots had to be made 1 acre. These are approved lots that I just talked about, approved subdivisions in Nash County. And every one of them, the lots have to be at least 1 acre to handle the sewage. The area we live in is called the Castalia Pluton. The Pluton is where the volcano never broke the ground, but it created a layer of rock, basically. Water doesn't go through rock. So we're still dealing with a sewage problem, we're dealing with a perk problem. So I would like for y'all to consider this. If there's any way we could do away with all of it and save Nash County, I'd like to see it. And from what I've heard, the water line is about 2 inches at the last fire hydrant. And that's coming from the town of Castalia. The town of Castalia cannot afford to put a water line, a 4-inch water line, minimum, to that last fire hydrant. Think about 120-some houses, everybody turns their faucet on, you've got a 2-inch line. The water line from my well to my house is 3/4 of an inch, and that's just me. So you need to consider these things and think about these things. So that's probably what I've got to say. If anybody's got questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them. We've got, like I said, we've got wildlife and we've got fauna that is nowhere else. If any, I'd love to have all of y'all come. I'll walk you the farm and show you what we're looking at. Lady slippers, salamanders this long. All of that will be, could be destroyed. The animals, you got to think about them too. This is a rural county, it should stay that way. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all here, appreciate y'all listening. And like I said, if anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Would the developer like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Justin Brown with Pannoni Associates. I'm the engineer of record for the intended applicant of the development. I really just wanted to kind of touch on a few things, if the presentation can be brought up quickly. Next slide. Oh. Not working. Ooh. You're presenting on the wrong screen.
Is that not the correct slide? Or you just going to let the house display it? We'll get that straightened out. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Bear with us.
They can see that. You can go ahead. We'll make
So
it.
is that large enough for everyone to see up at the commissioners?
I can see it.
Okay.
We have it on our screen anyway.
Okay. During our initial planning board meeting, there was a comment made by one of the members stating, have we analyzed a 40,000 square foot by right subdivision layout? And the answer was yes. I had actually presented it to you guys at the previous Board of Commissioners meeting when we initially filed this application. So I wanted to kind of go into the comparison analysis between the RA30 conditional zoning request that is before you this morning versus the A1 zoning, which is the existing zoning designation for the subject property. As you can see by the comparative analysis, we had actually analyzed a 110 lot subdivision at 40,000 square foot lot minimums versus the 122 single family lots that we have before you this morning. A few comparative analysis points that I'd like to make is the 15.38 acres of stream buffers that are protected in both analyses. So there's basically zero additional effort between two analysis points between the 30,000 versus 40,000. The real pointed one is the 36.42 acres of open space and conservation area, which does include the 28 acres of conservation area that we're proposing as part of the 30,000 square foot. Compare that to the 19.8 acres of total open space versus the as part of the 40,000 square foot, that equates to about 16 additional acres of open space and conservation area. The 30,000 square foot actually intends to build less linear footage of roadways, less impervious surface across the actual development, of about 600 linear feet of reduction in asphalt across the actual overall development. And then there was some statements relative to transportation, which I'd like to address as well, that I have a separate slide. But ultimately speaking, there's about 10 vehicles per day per single-family lot that is intended as part of the traffic analysis from a trip generation standpoint. So the by right 110-lot subdivision would equate to 1,100 vehicles per day versus the 122 single-family RA30 requests that we have before you this morning would equate to 1,220 vehicle trips per day. That's an addition of 120 vehicle trips per day versus the by right proposal. Next slide. Oh. And again, just to kind of point on some of the statements that were made relative to floodplain, we actually have the floodplain identified on our plan. The area that we're proposing as the conservation easement is actually located outside of the floodplain in a majority of this area right here. And then obviously this is the floodplain towards the rear periphery of the site. If you look at the, let me see, is it advancing forward? This is our RA40 by right. As you can see, we extended that street down into that upland area that feeds down into the streams and the floodplain in order to obtain 110 lots. There was also identified concerns relative to septic field design. The applicant has engaged with Agri-Waste Technologies to actually do a preliminary soil evaluation to determine where lots can be positioned due to the existing underlying soils. Now that, as part of the actual individual lot development, is actually evaluated further as part of the building permit, and that application goes through the Nash County Public Health Department for a proper septic field analysis and design and approval perspective. So I wanted to just kind of touch on those three items relative to that, and if you can go to 2 slides. Next one. Next one. Nope, go. So I did want to identify some literature that I took from NCDOT's website from a standard vehicle per day traffic for a 2-lane highway standard, which is Wildlife Road, approximately 9-foot lanes. A roadway to this effect could handle around 10,500 vehicles per day to 10,700 vehicles per day. And I believe, Adam, if I'm not mistaken, NCDOT is part of the technical review committee that reviews this from an application and traffic impact standpoint. And that is the extent of my presentation. I'm here to field and answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions for the developer? Commissioner Arrington?
Do you have a starting price for these homes?
They do not at this point.
No estimate.
I'm the engineer of record. I'm not in the real estate department, but no.
You know whether it be a retirement community like or just...
This is intended to just be a traditional subdivision, single-family housing.
Okay.
Other question for the developer? Commissioner Leggett?
To piggyback on that question, are these expected to be slab-type houses with concrete foundations or actual foundation houses?
I believe they're intended to be a mixture depending upon the topography, where if you do have grade relief in the back side of the site, it could actually implement some basement.
Thank you.
Other questions for the developer?
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield?
In designing this development here, did you think in terms of maybe a holding pond to help control runoff?
Yeah, we actually have preliminarily designed, let me see if I can go back to it. So we have preliminarily situated 3 separate stormwater control measures, which are retention or detention ponds. There's one in the center of the development, and then 2 along the northern rear of the development, plan west on this side.
Which are you going to do if this is approved for development? Are you going to consider central water system, or are you going to just hook in to the town of Castalia water?
So we are currently surveying for about a mile, just over a mile water main extension from the existing Castalia water public system.
Transportation. You've been working with the State Department of Transportation as far as roads, and with that many houses in there, you're going to need probably a wide street for coming and going to get out to the main highway. How are you handling that? Have you worked with the Department of Transportation?
We have not begun our coordination efforts with the NCDOT as of yet, but we will actually be required to go through an encroachment and driveway permit process, which would evaluate the current impacts to the existing street network and infrastructure.
Okay.
You good, Mr. Belfield? Other questions for the developer? Commissioner Leggett?
Okay, I've got just a clarifying question about your drawing right here that shows the bright green lots. Did you say those are the location of the retention ponds?
The ones towards the plan west are the retention ponds. The one towards the front is a mail kiosk. So what we have included was, if I can, this one is actually a preliminary stormwater control measure to support a majority of this frontage, and then these would actually handle the rear side, and then this one would actually handle the planned south side of the development. So yes, we do have 3 preliminary locations for a stormwater control measure that would be permitted through the state.
Okay, so some of what you've marked as open space is actually stormwater control areas, not necessarily recreational areas.
Correct. So what we're coordinating is traditional stormwater control measures, especially if they're wet ponds, usually have a fence at the top of them, and we would integrate an actual walking trail around the embankment of the pond.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Wilkins?
The sketch plan says the new lots would be served by an extension of Nash County Public Water Service and individual private on-site septic systems. Is that all 122 are going to be served by both, or some are going to have the Nash County Public Water and then some will have the septic?
So from a potable water system standpoint, we are intending to extend water service to serve potable water connection for all 122 lots. From a septic field evaluation, every lot would have its own separate on-lot septic field.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, we're going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
We close the
By
hearing.
Commissioner Wilkins, or was that Leggett? Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're out of public hearing. Mr. Tyson, you come back up. Any questions for staff? Any questions? Commissioner Howell, I'm sorry, Commissioner Leggett, go ahead.
I just had a
Commissioner
follow-up
Howell.
question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up question around the county water. Someone had made a statement earlier that it was going to be supplied by a 2-inch water line. Is that accurate? What they're supplying this subdivision with is a 2-inch water line?
I can't comment on the specifics. The engineering for that has not been done. So I couldn't comment on what the diameter of that line will be when it makes it there. But as a condition of the rezoning, the water line would have to be extended. But the engineering for that particular extension has not been done.
It's not been done, but it will not be a 2-inch line, I can assure you that. There may be a portion within the subdivision that could be 2 inches of a few lots, maybe on one of these dead ends, but 2 inches will not bring water to the subdivision.
Will the cost of this water line be
Borne by the
county,
developer.
or will it be by the developer?
That's
By the
correct.
developer.
And will this water line that we're putting into subdivision, will it support fire hydrants?
Typically, we would only put a fire hydrant on a line 6 inches or larger, so we will not know the ability of the extension to support fire hydrants until we receive a design. But we do not have a requirement in the ordinance because the county water system is not designed for fire suppression. It is designed to deliver potable water to residents and commercial and industrial properties. But where the system will support fire hydrants, we try to place fire hydrants to assist with fire suppression, but it's not designed with that in mind.
Is that throughout the whole county, or just this specific
Yes.
area? Thank you.
Commissioner Leggett,
Okay.
you good? Any other questions? I have just one question I'd like to pose. Do we have anything in our land development plan that, because this is a very unique location. Like most commissioners, I try to go out and look at sites. I went out and looked at this site. It's a dead-end road. It's 1.7 miles from Redbud Road to the back of this road. It's a forest. And the trees, it's heavily wooded, and the trees are basically on the road. So my concern is the traffic's going to be there regardless of what you do. But my concern is if you have a situation, a public safety situation, where you need law enforcement or fire or EMS, and you've had a storm that's brought trees down across this road, there's no access to this property. It just seems to me that this being a very unique piece of property, that there would be some way, some other way to get out of there in an emergency situation. Do we have anything that calls for anything like that, or are we just, what we've got takes you into a dead-end road that could be trees down across it that would have to be removed before you could address a safety issue?
So currently in the county's ordinance, we do not have a requirement for more than one entrance. There is a requirement for more than one entrance for subdivisions that have more than 100 lots in the fire code. It's in an appendices that the county has not chosen to adopt. However, it's my understanding that in 2026, the state is going to make that appendices of the fire code mandatory for enforcement by counties. So right now, there is not a requirement for a second entrance, but there is one in the fire code, and I have been told that that will become mandatory for the fire marshal's office to enforce come January. But there's no requirement for a second entrance in the UDO.
January of 26.
26 is my understanding.
Well, for me personally, that's the problem I've got with this rezoning matter. There's no way to get in there or get out of there, and if I've been there and I have a heart attack and EMS cannot get into me, or my home is on fire and fire safety cannot get into me, then to me that's a serious concern. So for that reason, I would be opposed to this today, but you know, we're going to see how the rest of the board feels in a minute. I know there's no requirement from the DOT, but I do believe from discussions I've had with the DOT, I have not talked to fire service, but I believe fire service would also have an issue with this as well because of the lack of access in the event of an emergency situation. So any other questions for staff?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Tyson, the location of this development, is it on the back end of the dead-end road?
About halfway.
Yeah, so
It's not on the back end, you got a dead-end road, is it at the back end of the dead-end road?
It's about midway of the dead-end road.
Right.
If you look to the Redbud Road is to the bottom of the screen, and then this is about midway on the left side of the road as you head to the dead end.
Right. So it's not on the back end. Anyway, as we understand, this development is already slated to be R40. And regardless of the entrance and the exit, you're going to have pretty much the same number of people going in and out. And those same conditions are going to exist whether we accept the R30 or R40. Am I making a correct statement?
I think there will be fewer lots under the R40, but there would still be no requirement for a second entrance under
Right.
R40.
I'm saying basically, according to the traffic, for the traffic report, we know most people don't leave home all at the same time, and we divide those 1,200 vehicles by 16, it's like 70 vehicles an hour. So I guess I'm trying to get the understanding that regardless of what we decide, the traffic pretty much is going to be pretty close to the same. It's going to be a little different, it's going to be, but, all right.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Tyson, I think we need to clear up your statement that you just made about what's coming in potentially in January. I feel like some members of this board may have taken that to mean this development couldn't go on that road. But what they're doing is actually, if indeed it goes through, and it's not through yet, they would prevent you from building the subdivision without the second entrance. It would not prevent you from building a subdivision on a dead-end road because Nash County and every other county is full of dead-end roads. So I'd like to make that clear, or you speak better than I do if you would make that clear.
That is absolutely correct. The fire code interest is for subdivisions with more than 100 lots will need to have more than one entrance point, but the fire code does not address the fact that it is a dead-end road. It's entirely about the number of entrances that would be required.
Thank you for doing that. Just to add a little bit more to what Commissioner Arrington was saying, when I look at this subdivision, it would be great to be able to prevent it from being done. But we all know we can't prevent it from being developed with R40 lots. And more than likely, like many cases, it's going to be developed either R30 or it's going to be developed R40. In fact, I think I've heard the development make that statement. But when you analyze the two opportunities here, whether it be 40 or whether it be 30, and you got, I believe I heard 12 lots difference in the two scenarios, and you study the plans, and fortunately or unfortunately, I do understand this process and the plan because I am a builder, but the R30 plan is a much better plan than the R40 plan is going to be in many ways. The amount of impervious surface would be less. The amount of land that goes in a permanent conservation easement is 38 acres more, I believe we said, or is it 28?
28.
28 acres more, excuse me. So in analyzing what I'm looking at here, I personally just feel like, even though I'd like to vote against it for all the reasons said, I know what happens if I vote against it, and I just think we need to get the best we can get out of it for our citizens, and I know each one of you going to disagree with me on this, but just looking at it purely from the standpoint of what's best for this piece of property, it is best to do the R30. And therefore, I would have a lot of issues with not supporting it for those reasons. And I do hope you understand that, because we can't make it go away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Davis. Other questions? Commissioner Howard?
Can you clarify something for me around the proposed fire code? It's going to require additional requirements. How would that work with DOT requirements, as far as DOT typically minimizes or limits the amount of entry points to a subdivision? Would there be certain distance or road frontage required once that goes in effect and as follows? How would that work? Can you educate me on that?
I think the developer is going to have to navigate both sets of requirements. So for instance, if they have over 100 lots, they have to figure out how to serve it with more than one entrance. But then those two entrances are going to be subject to separation distances under the DOT's.
What is that requirement currently for DOT?
I'm not sure. And I also think it depends on the curvature of the road and the amount of traffic and the speed limit. I don't know that there's one single answer for that.
It's looked at individually by DOT.
Excuse me, Commissioner Davis. Are you through, Commissioner Howard?
No, sir, I'd just like to make a comment, kind of to echo some of Commissioner Davis's points. I mean, we're talking about 12 houses difference here, and I know the landowners that beside it don't want it. I'm with you. If I was there, I wouldn't want it neither. You moved to a rural part of the county for that reason. But I tell you, I've been on this board for 11 months now, and we've had these pretty much every month. And I do think it's time that this board, the Board of Commissioners up here, do take action to be fair to the landowners, but to also be fair to the developers. There's no reason why, at the rate Nash County is growing, that we have a county-wide water supply system that we only furnish water. I mean, these houses and developments are popping up everywhere. So we need to change our infrastructure, and we need to change it to where we are building a water supply line that can furnish fire suppression for these houses in the county for the future growth. It makes no sense to keep extending water only when you're talking about 110 to 122 houses here. You're putting our emergency services at a disadvantage. You're putting the taxpayers in a higher tax rate because they can't have the proper tax rating because they don't have the water supply there to be able to meet the insurance requirements. We owe it to the citizens of Nash County as the county continues to grow. To Commissioner Davis' point, you were talking about 12 houses, or whether it's R30 or R40, it's 12 houses difference. But what we can do is make sure that it's safe to get in and out. We can establish those rules and guidelines. We can put the infrastructure in place to have the water there to be able to supply the homes with water for drinking, also for emergency services. Even though it's not required, we can change our land ordinance and requirements to where we do have two entrances for our EMS staff and also for our sheriff's department and the fire service to be able to go out and properly take care of these residents as they come in. That we can change, and I challenge the other commissioners on this board to stand with me, and let's go ahead and take the charge to put something in place to get this going. I've sat here for 11 months, and we face this every month, and I've had conversation after conversation with citizens. I've had conversations with developers, and everybody's confused. So let's help our citizens out, and let's help the developers out, and let's put some things in place that we can control. We can't control whether it's R30 or R40. We can vote for it, but it's 12 houses difference. At the end of the day, it's not going to make a difference. But what's going to make a difference, if you have a house catch on fire and you can't put it out, if you got somebody that has 911 and they can't get in there, those things we can control, and it's our duty and our responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Bellfield.
I just want to make a comment. I can't see, put it in my mind that R30 would be better than R40. And 10 or 12 houses less, you're saying won't make a difference. It will make a difference. You have less homes there. with individual septic tanks and water. There are a lot of challenges there, especially around water system, transportation, and emergency calls and all that. I just don't see where R30 is going to be better than R40.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield.
Mr. Chairman.
Any, Commissioner Leggett?
I think Mr. Belfield stated it pretty plainly and clearly about the challenges. Additionally, Mr. Tyson mentioned that the developer added changes as late as this past Friday. So the planning board has not actually seen this version and all the additions that have been made as far as screening and such. Just, a bone to try to throw us to make the project a little better, which I understand. But the subdivision plan, the layout that's presented is not entirely different than what was presented previously in June that was denied. I was opposed to the proposed R30 density development in June, and being that there's nothing vastly different now other than the additional county water, I just cannot support this proposal. The Nash County Land Use Plan states that 30,000 square foot is the recommended minimum allowable lot size in this zoning district when it is compatible with the area. The proposed development is not compatible with the adjacent land, including an active hunting area directly across the road. Some people, the one speaker mentioned it, the Fox Pen. I know they have hunts there just about every weekend. Additionally, there's reservations from the North Carolina Department of Transportation regarding the traffic load that would add to this area. This development has the potential to put a larger number of residents on a dead-end road, Wildlife Road, that is in the town of Castalia. In the 2020 census, that was 264 people. So it's for these reasons that I cannot support this rezoning request.
Any other questions? Commissioner Arrington.
Well, Mr. Tyson, this R40, if we approve don't approve the R30, the developer can have individual wells. He don't have to extend water. There will be no fire hydrants or no water. There'll be individual wells, and there'll be less than 10 houses that have traffic. Now, with the R30, and no, we cannot stop this development, the developer from putting something there. And, in this county, if we give everybody that want to build a home an acre, we won't have any land. And I know that the people on Wildlife Road are good people, and they do not want this. And it's going to change the area, and my heart goes out to everyone that lives there, because I like rural area and nature. But at the same time, looking at what the developer has proposed to do other than the R40 as far as running it to the water lines, screening buffer, setting land aside, at least trying to make it as compatible as it possibly can, since he's going to build it anyway, that your planning department, if they do R40, will have less work to do, because am I correct? Because there will not be all those restrictions.
If this rezoning is denied and the developer develops a by right subdivision in the R40, then all of the things that are offered in the conditions, we would have no enforcement ability to require. And like you said, that includes the extension of the water line or the screening or the conservation easement.
Right. We here in Nash County have been working as hard as we can to extend water to all our citizens, but the funding is a big problem, and we are still doing that throughout the county and trying the best we can. But we have not been able to extend it to everyone, And it's not something that you snap your finger and we got water because we want it. But it costs a lot of money and a lot of planning. But we, as county commissioners, we are trying to get there. And probably, like I said, I know my residents do not like this position, but I think that the R30 will provide you with more options than the R40 to try to have control and put conditions on this developer to try and meet you halfway on this subdivision. And hopefully, if approved, that it will, whether we do R40 or R30, that the residents that come to live in this community will be good residents, because I know the price of those houses are not going to be cheap. And most of the time, the people that come to the area, they are professional people, and hopefully they'll bring some professional good values to us. But that's my position, and that's where I stand.
Any other questions?
I have just a comment.
Commissioner Belfield, go ahead.
I hope in the future that developers and the community that they're going to develop in will take all these consideration of what challenges they're going to lie ahead. Because once developing, completing, they're gone. And then the citizens are there to figure out or suggest and make contacts with county government, state government, and municipalities to help solve the challenges that they face. So we need to be careful and prepare for this along the way, and it won't be such a heavy burden. In Scripture, that it talk about the love of money, and love of money can create a lot of evil. And that's my say.
Just one more statement.
Commissioner Arrington.
Just this last statement. Now, you know, Nash County, we recently adopted a land conservation program that will allow any landowner to go into this land conservation program that will prevent development. And at least the county commission is trying to give landowners the opportunity. If they do not want their property to be developed, they can join this land preservation program.
All right, if there are no other comments, would you restate the recommendation, Mr. Tyson?
For the TRC and the planning board recommend approval. You have a motion to approve or deny. Both come with a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. The motion to approve would have 8 proposed conditions.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Yes, sir.
Who made that? Commissioner Arrington?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and approve condition rezoning request CZ 250901 to rezone the Pacific property RA30CZ for the development of the Wildlife Road subdivision, subject to the following development conditions.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
We'll do a show of hands. All in favor of that motion, raise your hand. All opposed to that motion, raise your hand.
Opposed, you say?
Opposed. That motion's defeated on a 4-3 vote. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Well, I think we would then need a motion to deny. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Attorney?
You would be correct. Would we need that?
No,
We don't need it.
motion. I'm sorry, no, we don't need a motion to deny. It's just to pass.
The motion to approve didn't pass. Okay.
Subdivision is not approved.
All right, we'll move to agenda item number 8. Mr. Tyson will present request, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 250102, Old Lewis School Road subdivision.
Mr. Chairman,
Hold on a minute, Ms. Belfield.
did I understand that the motion passed?
That motion failed, Mr. Belfield, and the attorney says we do not need another motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Tyson.
I yield to you. The second public hearing on the board's agenda this morning is also a conditional rezoning request. This brings us to Old Lewis School Road, which is shown at the top of your map here. The request to rezone this property to RA30CZ for the development of 90 lots was previously reviewed by the planning board back in January, but the developer asked to postpone its consideration by the Board of Commissioners at that time. I don't want anyone to be confused. In the intervening time since January, the developer submitted a different version of the request, which proposed a rezoning of the same property to R10CZ with a 44-acre permanent conservation easement. So instead of these 90 lots, that other version had 98 lots, and much of the back portion was in a conservation easement, and the development was clustered more toward the road up here. That request was considered and recommended for denial by the planning board, and instead of proceeding with review of that second request, the developer has instead gone back to his initial original request. So this is the first time that either of these requests are reaching the Board of Commissioners, and this is the original RA30 request for 90 lots from back in January. The subject property is a 110-acre undeveloped tract of land owned by Bonnie Glover and located on the south side of Old Lewis School Road, Middlesex in southern Nash County. It's just north of the Wilson County line in the R40 single-family residential zoning district. And that's signified by this green color on the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone the subject property to RA30CZ, single-family residential conditional zone, specifically for the development of the proposed 90 residential lots that we just saw. Approval of the rezoning request would, one, reduce the minimum lot size from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. Number two, double-wide manufactured homes are currently permitted for development in the R40 zoning district, but would be excluded from development under the proposed RA30 zoning district. And finally, because this is a conditional rezoning, the property could only be developed in accordance with the sketch plan that is proposed this morning. That sketch plan was submitted by Site Advice Incorporated. Again, it shows 90 new residential lots along 7 new public road rights-of-way. 7 of these new lots would be accessed directly from Old Lewis School Road, and those lots are in this line right here. Of course, the 2 lots that are on either side of the entrance drive would have to be served internally, but 7 of those, I believe 9 lots, would have individual driveways on Old Lewis School Road. And then, of course, the remaining 83 lots would be accessed from the interior roads. The sketch plan proposes 4 stub road connections to the immediately adjacent undeveloped properties. Those are to the east, west, and south, and they are mostly down here in the southernmost portion of the development to avoid these riparian stream buffers. Each of these new lots, if approved, would have to meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width. Nash County Public Utility Service is not available in proximity to this location. So the subdivision is proposed to be served by 2 community wells. You can see those sites marked on the sketch plan. And then up here in the northwestern corner, there is a proposed community sewer package plant that would treat the residential wastewater generated by these homes on site and dispose of it into the soil of a adjacent designated area via drip irrigation. These community utility systems are permitted and regulated by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. They're ultimately owned by the Property Owners Association, and by law, that Property Owners Association has to maintain a valid contract with a qualified private company to operate, inspect, and maintain the systems at all times. The sketch plan also proposes 9 special purpose lots for common areas to be owned and maintained by the Property Owners Association. Some of those common areas will house the 2 wells and the on-site wastewater treatment plant. They also have a shared mailbox kiosk. There are 2 recreational parks that are shown in green on the site plan. There's some passive open space. There are some parking areas near the mail kiosk and those 2 recreational parks. And then there are 3 ponds as required for stormwater management. If we consult the comprehensive land use plan, the excerpt from the future land use map shows the area in green designated as residential agricultural area, and then the property is crossed by this blue water protection natural resources area. The plan recommends in the green a minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet, which is what the applicant is requesting. The plan also recommends that we control for manufactured housing, and so under the conditions of the proposed rezoning, double wides and single wides would be prohibited. Within this blue water protection natural resource area, the plan recommends minimizing negative impacts to the local water supply and environmentally sensitive areas by limiting impervious surfaces and residential density. The subdivision sketch plan is consistent with this recommendation because it is intentionally designed to A, protect the streams present on the subject property by minimizing the potential impacts to the Neuse riparian buffer areas. B, concentrate the proposed common areas designated for open space, recreation, and stormwater management, and it limits the amount of residential development so that only 6 of the 90 lots fall within this blue, more environmentally sensitive area here. The conditional rezoning request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, like the previous request, the property is not, it would not be spot zoning because the property is already zoned for residential use and would continue to be. And because the request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased density, it would also be more restrictive in terms of excluding those manufactured homes that are currently allowed. The TRC reviewed this request back on January 2nd and recommended approval. The Planning Board reviewed this request on January 28th. Again, there's been such a delay since the Planning Board because the developer asked to hold the public hearing until now. There were 12 members of the public at that time that addressed the board in opposition to the request. They are listed in your staff report. They cited a variety of concerns related to potential negative impacts on water quality, water supply, traffic safety, road maintenance, property values, agriculture, wetlands, water runoff, flooding, local wildlife. They also noted capacity limitations of local electrical utilities, schools, law enforcement, and emergency services. And they raised concerns regarding biosecurity issues related to an adjacent poultry farm, potential malfunctions of the proposed sewer package plant, and a loss of the area's current rural character and way of life. Mr. John Woodleaf with Site Advice, Inc., the project engineer, addressed the board on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request. The board discussed but did not formally act on a citizen request to include a screening buffer between the proposed new development and the immediately adjacent H.H. Harris Jr. subdivision to the east, which is up here in the northeastern quadrant of what we're looking at. The planning board's consideration of the request back in January resulted in a rare tie vote. There happened to be an even number of planning board members present that night. 3 members voted in favor of a motion to recommend approval, and 3 members voted in opposition. So no clear guidance from the planning board on this request, as they were unable to resolve that tie vote. The staff report includes motions to approve and deny, as well as suggested statements of plan consistency and reasonableness, reviewing the development conditions in the event that it would be approved. These are very standard. They would have to follow the approved sketch plan. The land uses would be those that are permitted in the RA 30. Of course, the developer would have to establish a property owners association to own and maintain the special purpose lots, as well as the community water system and packaged wastewater treatment plant. There is a list of permits from state and local government they would have to secure prior to construction, and the standard language that we require for every conditional use rezoning. With that, I will pause before the public hearing and be glad to answer any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Questions for staff? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilkins?
It's not so much a question, but, well, I guess it is for our attorney, and if this isn't the appropriate time, if I need to wait till after public comment, that's fine. But I think we all received an email concerning the chairman of the planning board.
No, ma'am, we would discuss that at a later time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I think that would be more appropriate at a later time. Other questions for staff? But we will discuss that.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please come to the podium. State your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Dawn Tucker, and I live at 9241 Old Lewis School Road. It's been my home for 20 years, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to note several residents wanted to attend today but couldn't due to work constraints or being out of town. Several of them sent emails to each of you. I hope you all received them. I do want to say that we understand a development is coming. The heart of what we're asking for here today is that you hold the developer to the same standards as the current residents, some of us who have lived here and paid taxes for 30 years or more. We also acknowledge that the developer did try to work with us on the environmental issues, and while we do appreciate that he tried, his solution came with even smaller lots and increased density, which amplified all of our other concerns. Now we're back to R30, and both the original environmental concerns and the density concerns remain. We're concerned about the loss of the rural character of our community that we value so much. We worry about the volume of traffic on a very narrow country road that is shared with farm equipment many months out of the year. In its current design, there are multiple driveways going out to the road that has a blind turn and a blind hill that represents a huge safety issue. We have serious concerns for our aquifer and the strain a high-density development like that could have on it. We worry about the waste management plant that's new technology that sits between 2 streams in a riparian buffer in an area that we know that floods that feeds a reservoir. It's just not reasonable to create a high-density development in a very rural area like this, an area even identified in your land use plan as rural. This isn't a request to rezone to R30 for just a few homes. They're trying to place as many homes as they can onto that land and create a high-density development in the country in an area that doesn't have city services and on roads that aren't meant for that kind of volume. These types of developments are more appropriate in towns where they have access to city services and roads that are better equipped for that volume. We are asking you to deny the rezoning request and maintain R40. We do know that he has a right to develop, and he still can develop at R40. But in maintaining the current zoning, it's less. And you might think that 20 less or 10 less houses might not be a difference, but it is less. And who wants to operate at the minimum standard? 30,000 square feet might be the minimum standard, but who wants to operate at the minimum standard? So it's still less. It's less cars on the road, less rooftops, less runoff, less stress on the aquifer, less light and less noise pollution. It will help with the runoff that's prone, in an area prone to flooding. It helps maintain a little bit of the rural character that we have here because the lots will be larger, so it's still less. No matter how you look at it, R40 is going to be a much lesser impact than R30 would be. And it also may encourage him to use the land a little differently and not put the waste management plant near the stream. And in maintaining R40, it shows that we as current residents and landowners and taxpayers matter more than outside developers that don't live in the areas that they're affecting and changing. Once changes like this happen, they can't be undone. Once the zoning changes, it's going to be a slippery slope to allow even further rezoning to even lower and lesser lots. So rezoning in an area like this creates a slippery slope and sets a bad precedent stating rural land in southern Nash County is not valued. Please hold the developer to the same standards as the current residents and show us that rural Nash County and its residents still matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning. Scott Senna. I live at 10867 Destiny Lane. So I was born and raised in Raleigh, just down the road, right? Grew up in Wake County. Lived there pretty much all my life. Went to school in Charlotte and then joined the Air Force, active duty for 12 years, and I'm still serving in the reserves down at Seymour. Thank you. I thought long and hard about where I wanted to live when I came home. I had a lot of deployments, a lot. And I love North Carolina. I know that change is coming. I understand that. I really do. That's why I didn't move back to Wake County. I have the benefit of flying over a lot of this beautiful state, the country, and the world, and I've seen urban sprawl. My fiance lives in Sao Paulo, 4th largest city in the world. 14 million people. It's insane. Wake County and Raleigh looks like that. I just flew into Raleigh. I'm here for 24 hours. I'm back on the road. I picked where I wanted to live for a reason. I understand that R40 is what that is zoned for. I understand that. But in the military and in the Air Force, we stick to our tactics, our techniques, and our procedures, and we have a plan before we do anything. There is a plan. There's a plan for Nash County, the comprehensive land use plan, and it addresses conservation suitability as well as the residential suitability. I don't think the projector's working today, but basically, I'll hit the highlights. It can be? Can you pause it for just a second, my time?
Sure.
Thank you. Picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's see. Cool. Thanks. That's good enough. That's great. So the residential suitability inputs, things that were considered: proximity to concentrations of existing streets, retail and services, proximity to schools and parks, industrial uses, environmental constraints, distance from the water supply, watershed regulations, suitable soils, public water supply, large parcel size, distance from agriculture, and proximity to downtowns and within municipal boundaries. The area that is proposed for this development is in one of the worst possible areas. It's zoned for, or planned for low suitability. The only thing in the list, the highlights, is the suitable soils, because it's been used for farming. I would argue that that is actually accurate. For conservation suitability, it's also in one of the worst possible locations. It flows directly into the Buckhorn Reservoir. And I've only lived in this property for 2 years, but as a North Carolina resident that experienced Fran when I was only 8 years old, I know what hurricanes can do to this country and to this state. Just a thunderstorm last year caused immense flooding. That wasn't a tropical storm, it was just a hard rain. Backs right up to my property. There was property that was basically deeded to Wilson City for the reservoir back 25 years ago. So I've seen how much it floods, and that's without a tropical storm, without a hurricane. But again, just the highlights from the conservation suitability inputs: it's high concentration of biodiversity and wildlife, natural heritage elements, natural areas, USGS streams, intermittent streams and headwater streams, proximity to managed areas, wetlands, steep slopes, floodplains, cropland, pastures, and timberland. Again, this is one of the darkest shaded areas for where conservation suitability should be prioritized, but for some reason it's not. In closing, The biggest thing that I have in my argument against the R30, it's jam-packed. We've already hit the highlights on the amount of traffic. It sets the precedent. It's in the worst possible location in direct conflict with the residential suitability as well as the conservation suitability, which is in the Nash County plan. We have a plan. We should stick to it. And then, lastly, like I said, my fiance, she lives in Sao Paulo. I have plans, we filed the paperwork for her to come up here. I want to be able to walk the country roads that I bought my property. There's corn, there's tobacco, there's cotton, and now there's going to be, 90, 80 houses, whatever the plan ends up being. It's flexed so many times. I've been here at all these because in the Air Force and in the military and my own personal ethos, I try to fight for what I stand for, and I believe that this is in direct conflict, not only for myself as a personal citizen of this location, it's a direct conflict with the citizens of Nash County. And what that man back there who already left said, it echoes. It's the truth. I do think we need to start listening to what our citizens have to say. I just don't want this place to become a lot like what Wake County has become.
Thank you for your
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Morning, sir.
Marvin Turnage, I had property that's on.
Restate your name again.
My name is Marvin Turnage. I have property that was putting up against this proposed subdivision. And I just like to reinforce what they were talking about, the possible flooding. I've lived down there longer than any of my neighbors. And can you bring that up to, pull up that picture where I can show? I'd like to show right, you can't hardly tell on that map, but there's a.
Let's go to the document camera.
Okay, all right.
And where you will zoom in on.
Right in here, where the, okay. Right in this area where this creek is here. All right, I've lived in Nash County all my life. I moved to Middlesex when I was 7, I'm 54 years old. 4 times I have seen the water come all the way up to here, all the way across here, and all the way back across there. 3 hurricanes, and 1 time 2 weeks of nonstop rain. You were talking about emergency stuff. I talked to the fire chief. He already told me that they're already overwhelmed for first responders. They're having to help Johnson County out. Middlesex Police Department is having to go out and assist the Nash County Sheriff Department because. But, so if this floods, and let's say, like you said, sir, someone back here has a heart attack, has an issue, a house fire, there is no way to get back there to it. There is no possible way to get to them. There is no easement. They cannot go out here by the chicken houses. They can't go out here by these woods here, anywhere there. They're trapped. If that washes out, to my understanding, I don't think the developer's going to build a bridge in there. There is no way to get to these people. So, I know some of you have been here long enough to know that some of these hurricanes that we've had in the past, it takes 5, 6, 7 days to get over. Hell, I know a lot of you lived in a lot when we had that bad ice storm. It was almost 2 weeks. So, you're talking about proposing putting houses up in here with possibility you can have 25, 30 people trapped back here. Have no way in, no way out, no power, anything. And then, like I said, we talk about the traffic. I worked for the city of Raleigh for a long time. I worked for fleet management. I know exactly about the traffic. I currently now work for the city, the Raleigh-Durham Airport. We deal with this every day. Problems like this. And like I said, less is going to be better. Less people you have in here, less housing, less infrastructure. Currently, I have to wait sometimes 2 or 3 times to go to the city, go to the dump. I go down there and get turned away all the time. I can't take my trash out. Now you're talking about adding in 90 more homes. And I don't know if you're aware of it, the subdivision on the other road hasn't sold everything they got. Currently down on 231, that developer is talking about going in bankruptcy. But the houses they built down there, and they have a public well and a public sewer system. So what happens to these people if they don't sell these homes in here? The price of what they got to pay to keep this water up, keep the soil going to go up, and let's say if they can't pay it, who takes over? Who does that? And then if they have an accident here and it floods in here, you just polluted Buckhorn Reservoir, which is the drinking water of the city of Wilson. Who do you think they're gonna come after? They're not gonna come after they're gonna come after the developer, and they're gonna come after the county too. I'm saying, we need to start looking at, have better ways of looking at this stuff. And I don't know, have any of y'all been out there and looked at this property? Did you see how the road here and the land's up here? It goes down, the property goes down in the bowl.
Sir, I appreciate your comments. Just make your comments, don't ask for a response.
Okay, I'm just saying, the reason I'm just asking because when you come in and the back part of that field here is like this, and all that water runs down into here. It's almost in a bowl. I mean, so who's gonna speak for these people if they do build in here and these houses get washed out? Who pays for their stuff? Who replaces their stuff? I mean, you can have pictures or stuff from your grandparents or items. I'm just saying, it's not a good place to build. Like I said, school system's already swamped, sheriff department, EMS, trash, and the traffic, so. But anyway, we need to start looking at better ways of looking at this stuff. And we need to also talk to the DOT about, before we start even proposing putting in subdivisions, whether even the roads are capable to do it. And do we have the infrastructure? Can Duke Energy bring in the power to do it? Because we're constantly having power problems out there, so. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate everything y'all do, and I know y'all stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Wilbur Cheney, also known as Big Will, and I'm not big anymore. It's my wife, Miss Judy. I think y'all kind of familiar with our faces. We've been here a few times.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you very much for letting us speak our piece. I spent some time, because I'm not a very educated man, but I spent some time in the dictionary looking up terminology like high density and conservation and demographics. And I was going to make a big speech about how the high density housing like that doesn't match our demographics in our area. But then I stumbled upon two things. I stumbled upon conservation, and every one of these builders always say how we're leaving this for conservation. We're leaving this for conservation. Well, most of us in our area, some have 5 acres, most of us have 10, stuff like that. Well, that's a big conservation in its own right there, compared to what little bit of a trinket that they give us. But when I came in, I saw up on there, it said, "In God we trust." And we do. We trust God is going to do the right thing for us. And we also trust in our fellow man. We trust in the people that us, the constituents of Nash County, have voted in to represent us, not a builder, and not a builder from another county, that when he gets done building, that he's going to go back to Edgecombe County or go back to Halifax County with the big peanut farms up there and stuff. But we want you to listen to the people that voted you in, and we're going to do the right things for us people. And that's pretty much all I got to say. But I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Would your wife like to make any comments?
Yeah, I love this man.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
And we love our home and love our neighbors. We have some wonderful neighbors. Anybody needs any help, they're there for you. So we just appreciate everything that everybody's done and going to do for us.
Thank you for your comments.
You too.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amy Thomas, and I am neighbors of Big Will and Judy, 10771 Destiny Lane. And I guess I just want to reiterate some of the things, or not reiterate, but just communicate agreement in many of the things that have been said. Sadly, I believe that this is going to happen. So let's say that that does happen. I would ask that you require a buffer or a berm for all the existing properties. I would ask that the residents be required to use the city trash and not the dump. The dump that is closest to us, it is true what Brad said. It is often full and you're turned away. And then I would like there to be one entrance to the subdivision and not the houses that are along Old Lewis School Road. And I don't know what that means in regard to what we're talking about in the future with there needing to be two entrances. I don't know if that then makes people who have been approved subdivisions right now have to shift. If in 2026 there's a new rule and the subdivision hasn't even broken land, do they then have to change what his schematic is? I would like to know the answer to that question just for peace of mind. I certainly don't want any subdivision, R30 or R40. R40 would make sense. I mean, R40 is already allowed, and it would have less homes, but then we don't know the plan. So that's the difficulty. So I do appreciate your time, appreciate what you do, and allowing us to speak.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyson, did you make note of her comments? Let's see if anyone else wishes to speak first. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning.
My name is Della Wilson, and I received a map in the mail about the rezoning and everything, and I don't really understand everything other than the fact that they want to cut into our private property to rezone this area. And my husband bought that land for us 40 years ago, and I don't want it to be cut into. He just passed away, and it's not something that he would want, and it's not something that I would want. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Tyson, did you make a note of that as well? Anyone else wishing to speak? Ma'am, we're sorry for your loss. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now out of public hearing. Any further discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Leggett. And
Got a
after
few
that, then Mr. Tyson's going to answer those questions.
Okay,
Go ahead,
yeah, I
ma'am.
had a few questions for Mr. Tyson. Really, these were kind of for the developer to address some of the concerns. You know, one of the concerns I heard was about locating the sewer package plant in a potential flooding area and, you know, a poor soil area. Also the concern about the flooding, and then, you know, what is the backup plan for sewer package plant? I understand that those are regulated and have to have their own certificates and licenses. I fully understand that. But what is the backup plan? And then there were some other concerns expressed by the citizens. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't comment on the placement of the water, the treatment, sewer package plant treatment. The developer's engineer commented at a previous planning board meeting about the elevation of that. That is not in a FEMA designated floodplain, and I believe that the property will, of course, be contoured differently than what it currently is to direct water runoff into the stormwater ponds. But I don't believe that there is a backup as you said, the functioning of that wastewater treatment package plant is essential to the hygiene and the health of that subdivision. I did want to address two of the comments that we had. The first is to Ms. Wilson. I don't know where your property is relative to this one, but this will not cause any lots to be subdivided out of your property. If you received a letter, that means you own property within 600 feet of the perimeter of this property. But that does not mean that anything will happen to your property without your consent. And so you obviously own a property that's adjacent or surrounding this, but this will not actually change the configuration of the property that you own. This is for an adjacent property. And to Ms. Thomas, who had the questions about the pending fire code changes, the first answer is that subdivisions approved prior to January 2026 would not have to meet that requirement because they would be existing prior to that date. But in this case, that standard only applies for subdivisions with more than 100 lots. And so since this one has only 90 proposed lots, it would not be affected in either case.
Thank you. Might have got out of order a little bit. I did not ask for comments from the developer. Can we do that at this time if the developer has any comments?
I think you'd have to reopen the public.
Okay, then I think that's probably what we need to do. Would you agree?
Make a motion, we reopen the public meeting, sir.
Got a motion by Commissioner Howell to reopen the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now back in the public hearing, and I apologize, sir, for not recognizing you during the public hearing. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is John Woodliff. I'm with Site Advice, and I represent the client, the consultant. I'm the consultant representing the client for this project at Old Lewis School Road. I have a few handouts to pass out to the board.
If you could give them to the clerk, she will make them available. Thank you, sir.
I just want to go over a few points to kind of clarify some things on this project. As Adam mentioned, we had gone back and forth on the design of this project. This is the first iteration that we put forward in looking at trying to preserve as much of the natural areas as possible with the R30 conditional zoning. We had looked at a plan with smaller lots, which we were conserving the entire bottom half of the property, but that type of density we were getting pushback on, so we reverted back to this plan. This plan itself constitutes, the area of the project is roughly 110 acres, and we're proposing 90 lots, which is a density of 0.8 units per acre. I'm sure there are potential sites in Nash County that you could get that particular density with R40, so just from a density standpoint, we're well below that 1 unit per acre, so it's, it is a low-density type development for what the standard is. I would want to mention that the average lot size for this project is actually 33,000 square feet, so we're roughly 15% larger than the minimum square footage, or around 12% larger than the minimum square footage. So our lots are larger than the minimum R30, and we're actually only 23% smaller than what an R40 lot would be at 33,000 square feet. As Adam mentioned, we're providing 3 acres of what we call recreation space or park space. So that could be anything from a dog park to a playground area for kids. And we've got 2 of those, and those are located in the area that's designated as water protection natural resources, just to minimize the impervious that we're putting in that area. Also want to mention that we are providing 23%, or 23% of this site is going to be open space, which includes the riparian buffers and the drip irrigation area for the sewer. So the site itself is, the built-upon area of the site is roughly 67%, sorry, 78%. As far as the utilities go, we're showing 2 community wells. We may need more, just depending on how our water study goes, but those wells themselves will be a lot deeper than the the current wells for the domestic homeowners around this site. So the community wells, we're hoping or anticipating that they will be probably 100 to 200 foot deeper than the wells that are out, with the current residents along Old Lewis School Road. So we're hoping that that will be pulling from water that is in a different elevation than the ones that current wells are nearby. And if there's any questions about the alternative sewer, I can kind of fill you in on that. But the current our proposal for the alternative sewer is to treat all the lots that can't be serviced by septic. So not all the lots will actually be on the drip irrigation. Maybe half will be on the drip irrigation, and the other half will just be regular septic. And the drip irrigation itself, the way it's treated, it produces a lot less. It's the level of treatment that's required by the state is a lot cleaner than the water from your regular septic tank. So I've got the data here to explain that if you want to go into further detail. And as far as stormwater goes, we've got we're showing 3 stormwater ponds, and we're hoping to treat up to the 25-year storm or larger. So we're hoping that with those ponds on site, that will help with the stormwater flood mitigation. And then with the concern about the flood water itself, we'll have to do a flood study for those stream crossings, and that flood study will show us what the 100-year flood limit would be. And any lots that are within that flood zone will have to be brought, elevation-wise, will have to be brought up so that that 100-year flood doesn't impact those lots. So I just wanted to clarify that. Are there any questions regarding the plan or information that I just presented?
Any questions for the developer? Commissioner Leggett.
You just mentioned about the stormwater, that y'all were considering designing the stormwater ponds and area for a 25-year storm. What's the typical standard for designing those? What type of storm?
In more areas where I usually design, like Wake County, we're usually having to design the 10-year storm. Now, the town of Cary has actually required every project now to design to the 100-year storm. So they're kind of an outlier, but typically, when places that I design, the 10-year storm is the minimum. But if you're in areas that are more sensitive like this, looking at a 25-year storm is more practical because of the nature of you've got 2 streams converging into one point, actually 3, and so we're very mindful of the impervious that we're adding, and so that's why those stormwater ponds, if they what I'm showing, I should be able to get the 50-year storm, but what I'm saying is that I know that I'm going to shoot for the 25-year storm. If I can get the 50, we'll go with the 50. There's potential for 100. It just depends on how the numbers work out.
So just to piggyback on that a little bit more, so y'all would kind of reshape some of the land in this development so that you can control the way that water runs off, except for the lots that would have their own sewer, and then the sewer package plant area that would have to be left natural?
So the sewage package plant area would be basically just grass. That's how that area would look. It would just be a kind of a mowed, grassy area that could actually be used for recreation. And that location that we're showing on this plan, that is the location that we designated simply because there was area on that side of the creek that was away from the lots. And again, the runoff, essentially there shouldn't be any runoff from that drip irrigation. That drip irrigation is underground, and that's designed for the water to infiltrate into the ground. And again, that water quality from that drip irrigation is far superior than the water quality from any septic tank. So with any concerns about runoff from that area, there should be zero concerns, because that water is going to be cleaner than anything leaving this site, whether it be from the driveways, from the streets, et cetera.
Other questions? Commissioner Howard?
Just have one around the sewer system. If I understand it correctly, the ones that's going to be on the community sewer, they'll each have their own holding tank that will pump to the central site.
Correct.
Where it's treated.
Correct.
How much does each tank hold typically before it starts to pump out? Is there a certain percentage?
The tanks will hold just the solids, and so everything but the solids gets sent to the package plant. And those tanks typically don't have to be cleaned out but once every 5 or 7 years. So they hold, from a solid standpoint, there's really no issue with capacity on those.
So I guess my question is, like, in the event of a storm and there's no power
Mm-hmm.
on a public water system or sewer system, excuse me, you've got the capability of the generator still running to function.
Sure.
Will these homes still be able to function with no power? What's their timeline, a couple of days, a day?
Yeah, I believe, and I've talked to the manufacturer of this system about that, and you know, I think it's either a 2 or 3 day, it can hold everything for 2 to 3 days. I think looking out further than that, we, you know, in an area like Nash County where we do have the potential for hurricanes, I think, you know, it would be incumbent upon us to look at something even further out, just because, you know, with the power being out for up to a week or more, you know, we would want these residents to have the ability to continue to use that. Of course, there'll be a generator at the plant itself, so the plant will always continue to be treating the water that gets to it. But yeah, at each house, I believe that the number was 2 to 3 days, but you know, I think there's a potential to make that, give those systems more capacity to hold more during a storm like that.
And just to follow up, kind of to piggyback on the comments you made, so this water is basically clean enough to be able to be discharged back into the public water system or a river or stream?
Well,
as far as the level of treatment, that's not your intent, but you're saying in the event it would be flooded, that water is still safe?
Yeah, so just a few numbers here. So a typical septic tank at a home, the state limit for BOD is 250, and the state limit for total suspended solids is 250. The batch plant itself would treat at a BOD of 5 and a TSS of 5. So we're talking orders of magnitude cleaner than anything that would come out of a septic tank. It's not clean enough to drink because it's not being treated as you know, drinking water would be treated, but it's clean enough, you know, for recreation.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Davis?
The force mains that leave each one of these tanks and pump to the sewer plant, are they individually going there, or is it a collective force main out in the street?
It'll be a network, just like a regular sewer system, force main, but all the homes will be connected to the same line, and that line will be a 2-inch line, up to close to the plant. When all the lines converge, it ends up being about a 3-inch line.
So you injecting, it's very similar to all the systems that we put along the coast then?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
What? Do you have someone else that would like to speak?
No, I was asking the developer. I don't think he wants to speak. But we're done with the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Howell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're now at a public hearing. Mr. Tyson, any further discussion or comments, questions for staff? Commissioner Wilkins?
Would now be an appropriate time for me to ask my question to the attorney?
Would it be more appropriate?
I said, would now be an appropriate time for me to ask my question of the attorney that I was going to ask earlier?
Ma'am, if you feel like you want to ask that question, go ahead.
You had delayed it, so I want to make sure.
Please go ahead if you feel like that's something you want to throw out there.
Okay, it is something I want to throw
Okay.
out. I want to ask about the possible conflict of interest to our attorney of the chair of the planning board who participated in the discussion and voted. And I just want everything fair here. Was that a conflict of interest, him not divulging initially that he had advised the developer? And he did not disclose it. And in July 2025, I understand he acknowledged that he had advised the developer, but he still did not recuse himself, and he participated in the discussion. Now, I know there have been plenty times on this board where Commissioner Davis recused himself when his company was involved. The chairman, Mr. Parker's law firm, who he works for, is I believe, on retainer with the developer, or the developers hired that law firm that the chairman of the planning board works for. Is that not a conflict? Should he have recused himself? And if he should have, would the planning board decision still hold water?
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Attorney, do you have any comments? Just my brief comment. I believe, because I try to attend these planning board meetings, but unless I'm mistaken, with Mr. Parker voting in favor, it did fail at the planning board level. Would that be correct, Mr. Tyson?
So the first time there was a tie, and that's the request we're reviewing today. The second request, which was for a different design, was recommended for approval, denial, even though he voted in favor of it.
Right. Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like this is a legal matter that should be discussed in a closed session.
As do I, sir. Mr. Attorney.
I am happy to discuss that in closed session as a legal matter. I have researched this and was planning to advise the board in closed session. Additionally, I'm waiting for some additional information to confirm what my findings were. I have certainly spoken with Mr. Parker, and it was not his intent to create that any kind of conflict. But I had planned on discussing that with the board in closed session.
Are you good with that, Commissioner Wilkins?
I'm good with that, but the one thing I want to make clear, it doesn't matter how the vote went, whether the vote was, failed or what. I'm talking about principle here, and it doesn't have anything to do with how I'm going to vote for this. And so that's just what I want to make clear. I don't care how that vote went. It's the principle of the thing. Thank you.
And the board did advise the planning board of a policy related to potential conflicts, which I can discuss as I understand it as well.
We'll do that.
And I'm happy to do that now or in closed session, depending on what.
I think it'd be best we do it in closed session.
Okay. And we can give a report back to the.
We can give a report back.
Back, yes, absolutely.
All right, any other questions or discussion or comments for staff? All right, would you restate the motion, Mr. Tyson? The recommended motion.
Sure. The TRC recommended approval. Planning board, of course, had a tie vote. You have a motion to approve and a motion to deny. Both come with recommended statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. And in the event you have a motion to approve, there are 6 attached development conditions.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davis.
I'm prepared to make a motion for approval. I base that motion on the fact that I've always tried to follow what guidelines we're given on every action that we take on this board. Our ordinance does allow what we are proposed here today. It meets the ordinance in every respect. I do have some concern about the community wastewater wells as well as the wastewater treatment plant, but as long as it's allowed in our ordinance, and I fully realize that it's a state approval process, I feel compelled to support a matter that meets our ordinance as we currently have it in all respects. Therefore, I'll make a motion for approval of this item, and I would ask for a little bit of help of Mr. Tyson to state the motion because I wasn't prepared to do this as it should be read.
If you'll look on page 26, maybe, and I only hesitate because the attorney usually does not want me to state the motion.
No, I do not want you to state it either. I want you to tell me the right page.
Right, okay.
And your pages never match our pages.
It is 26.
Page 26.
Agenda page is what?
75.
Go to item.
75?
Item 8. Item 8.
Okay.
Move up. You can find it.
He needs a sheet after it too, I think. But starting where it's highlighted, motion to approve the zoning map amendment.
And I apologize for been prepared to make this motion. It's not customary that I would do that, but I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt a statement of planning consistency and reasonableness below and approve the conditional rezoning CZ 250102 to rezone the Pacific property RA 30-CZ for development of the Old Lewis School Road subdivision subject to the following conditions, and there are a total of
6.
Pardon me?
Six conditions.
6 conditions, that's correct.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion, and I'll explain that during discussion.
We've got a motion and a second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say, my concern before, it's two separate issues. My concern is the proper procedure be followed, but also I look, and this developer has done everything they could possibly do to satisfy the citizens. I keep hearing today, and even in the rezoning issue before this one, if something happens, if there's flooding, potential negative impacts. You know, we need development. People move to the country because they want that country life, and someone made the comment earlier about people moving there, how far they're going to have to go for groceries, how far they're going to have to go for entertainment. I'm sure they know that when they moved there, when they bought that land or potentially buy the land. But all these ifs, what if this happens, the potential for this. This developer has gone above and beyond and has done his or her best to deliver to the citizens what they wanted. And that is why I don't want you to think I'm flip-flopping, but like I said, one issue had nothing to do with the next one, and that is why I seconded this motion.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was heavily involved in discussions with this developer and the citizens in this area. We've had several discussions, several phone calls. The latest was a meeting at church. And I just, regardless of how this comes out, I just want to thank the developer for all of his efforts on what he's done to try to work with the people. I want to thank the people. I know they're against this. We spoke many times, but they've acted very professionally through this. And I get it, and it goes back, and I'm not going to repeat what, for those that you were here earlier, but it goes back to, we just need to provide better and clearer direction for our developers and for our citizens. Because a lot of times people come in here and they, I don't want this. Well, it's not a matter of whether you want it or not. The current plan allows certain development. So we just need to be clearer in what that is. And then I think we've got to catch up with the technology that's out there, this new technology that's out, to make sure that we're doing the right thing as a county and providing clear direction to developers and setting clear expectations for our citizens on how this works, just to be transparent with them. So I just want to thank both parties involved in this for all your efforts and what you've done. And that's the way dialogue should take place. So thank you all for your efforts.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, you've heard the motion. I'm going to do this by raising hands. So if you're in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. If you're opposed to the motion, raise your hand. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 9.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Can we have a break?
We're going to take a short break. Had a request for a break. Okay, let's call the meeting back to order.
Okay.
We're going to move now to agenda item number 9, Community Development Block Grant. Call on Emily Moore, Grants and Intergovernmental Relations Director, to present the request. Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning. Nash County intends to submit an application for $950,000 of Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Funds. The grant would be used to address the housing, substantial rehabilitation, or reconstruction needs within Nash County for low to moderate income owner-occupied households. At this time, we will request the current maximum funding of $950,000. We will apply for funds to assist with scattered site housing, substantial rehabilitation, and reconstruction. We have gathered applications and reviewed them for eligibility. A housing selection committee was established. The Housing Selection Committee met and ranked the eligible applicants in accordance with the approved Housing Selection Committee bylaws and guidance. The Housing Selection Beneficiaries List was created from the highest-ranking applicants. Today, we present the Housing Selection Beneficiaries List, the Citizen Participation Plan, and the resolution to submit an application. For our recommended actions, our first one is to hold the second public hearing on this.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this point? All right, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by
Second.
Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now out of public hearing. Ms. Moore?
For our remaining recommended actions, we ask that you approve the Housing Selection Beneficiaries List, approve the Citizen Participation Plan, and approve the resolution to submit an application.
Any questions for staff? You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner, hold on, Mr. Davis. Second by Commissioner Belfield. Did you have a comment, Mr. Davis? Commissioner Davis?
Question when you get your second. Yes, sir.
I've got my second. Go ahead, sir.
Is this the one where we're doing a match on?
That's my next item.
That's your next item, but it matches this, so you're going to
Yes.
cover it in a separate item?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions? All right, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Ms. Moore, now we'll go to the added agenda item 9A, Community Development Block Grant. Please present the request.
Okay. Well, as I just reviewed, Nash County is in the process of applying for the CDBG-NR funds and will request the current maximum funding of $950,000. If awarded, these funds will assist with scattered site housing, substantial rehabilitation, and reconstruction. We are applying with 4 houses for reconstruction, 2 reconstruction alternates, and 1 rehabilitation alternate. Nash County was awarded $950,000 for CDBG-NR 2023 to reconstruct 3 houses and rehabilitate 2 houses. We were awarded $1,655,000 for CDBG-NR 2024 to reconstruct 7 houses. From conversations with the North Carolina Department of Commerce, we anticipate that this year of CDBG-NR will be more competitive than recent years. Though a match is not a requirement, it would increase the competitiveness of our application. So the recommended actions, we are asking you to approve the commitment of local funds for a 5% match of $47,500.
Questions for staff? Any questions? Commissioner Davis.
What is proposed for the, where we'll get these funds from? Is it fund balance or some other pot of money?
Fund balance.
Fund balance, okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Arrington, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
We'll now move to agenda item number 10. Call on our EMS Director, Dale Griffin, to present the request FY 2026 ambulance franchise agreements. Good morning, Mr. Griffin.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Today, I'm here to just to bring an annual renewal of our franchise agreement. In accordance with the Nash County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 12, Emergency Services Management ambulance franchise agreements require the approval of the Nash County Board of Commissioners for any entity doing business within the county. Renewal applications have been received from MedX Transport, Eastern Medical Transport, Met Medical Transport, and Midwest Medical Transport, doing business as North State Medical Transport. Each of these entities are currently providing service within Nash County. Each of the entities have provided an employee driver history and criminal background check or an affidavit stating they have completed it. Per North Carolina General Statute 153A46, renewal of these franchise agreements require approval by the Board of Commissioners at 2 regularly scheduled meetings. Any questions?
All right, this is the first approval on this matter. If we approve it, the second would be at our November meeting. Is there any questions for staff? Commissioner Howell.
One thing with the recent, at the previous meeting, our HR director, Tim, presented to us about the change in the state law. I know we were looking at changing on the background requirements for our employees. Is that something we need to add to this agreement to cover us as well with that new changes coming into effect?
I don't know that I can answer that question without the
county man.
We'll get with our HR director. And,
Just while we're doing it before the second approval's done.
yep, we'll be able to update you.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 11. Call on our Health and Human Services Director, Bill Hill, to present the request. He's accompanied by the Assistant Director, Ms. Liz Lord. We welcome you both. Talking about office space rental for staff during Med Park renovations. Good morning.
That's right. Thank you very much for the preface to this presentation. It's simple. It's really to request during the renovation, upcoming renovation phase, it appears that we're going to have to relocate 12 of our case managers. We were in hopes, we looked at 3 different options. We were in hopes of staying in the building where we are, just relocate them to a different area. It does appear from maintenance that the air-conditioned heating system is just not operational, and there are a lot of other kinds of, or several other obstacles in this renovation area that would cause a problem where we then started looking at space elsewhere. I contacted Lee Isley over at the hospital. He referred me to Jason Brand, who then showed us a building and some office space across from Providence Bank on Winstead Avenue. However, it only had 1,800 square feet, and quite frankly, the design was not really suitable for office space. Had a lot of sinks and previous exam rooms were the structure of that building. We then reached out to, with the Four Seasons building, looked at that in Nashville. That was more than double the space, around 3,800 square feet. I will go back to saying that hospital space was $2,100 a month in rent. We looked at this. We knew it was more than double the space. I talked with Mr. Rose, and he was very generous on negotiating a lower price from his previous $5,000 a month rent to closer to what we were looking at and have the space at $2,100 in the previous space, but to $3,000 a month. So having looked at those three options, we're here today to recommend, and I believe you received a lease agreement that Mr. Gaynor actually developed, and I believe Mr. Boone handed out to you
There was
today.
one placed up here at your seats, Commissioners.
That it's a lease agreement, about a 5 or 6, 7-page lease agreement. Without any further ado, I would say we both recommend that this lease agreement be accepted. Actually, it would be for us to move in probably late October, move these 12 case managers for a 10 to 12 month time frame. I'm hoping more like 10 months. It does have a 60-day release of termination of the agreement if we need to do so, and we see the construction phase is being developed ahead of time. So we recommend approval to be able to lease this building with contingency funds that are available in the renovation project.
And the lease agreement, you have reviewed it.
Yes, sir, I prepared it, actually, based on some guidelines, some parameters that Mr. Hill and the landlord negotiated.
Thank you, Mr. Gaynor. All right, questions for staff? Any questions for staff? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner, was that Belfield?
Davis.
Commissioner Davis. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to say I would like to have been a privy to the lease negotiation between Mr. Hill and Mr. Rose. I probably could have learned quite a bit, but the rate of $9.47 is an extremely reasonable rate for the space that he has over there, and I too appreciate Mr. Rose working with us on that.
And of course, that does include electricity, water, and some other kinds of.
I did see that, sir.
All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Ms. Lord. You guys have any further comments?
I'll ask Liz if she does. I know she's seen the building too, along with our supervisor, moving her 11 other people over there.
Yeah, so the team appreciates that space. Thank you very much for making that opportunity available to them to continue their work during this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate that.
All right, we're going to move now to agenda item number 12, monthly tax report. Call on interim tax administrator Shamika Tillery to present the request. Good morning, Ms. Tillery.
Good morning, good morning.
This is for information only.
In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes.
Any questions for Ms. Tillery? All right, hearing none, without objection, the report will be accepted and so noted in the minutes. Ms. Tillery will continue with agenda item 13, tax refunds.
In compliance with General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit the governing body for their approval with a list of any tax refunds after the legitimacy of the refund has been established. There are no refunds for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tillery.
Thank you.
We'll move now to agenda item, number 14, Dorchester Sewer System Rehabilitation Project. Call on Mike Phillips, the Public Utilities and Facilities Director, to present a request. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Just didn't make one. The Dorchester Sewer System Rehab Project is one of several projects funded through state-directed grant received in conjunction with the 2023 State Appropriation Act. Bids for this project were open on August 14, 2025 at 2 p.m. There were 3 total bids open and certified on the attached bid tab. Bids range from $933,430.50 to $1,318,000. Certified bid tab verifies that Ralph Hodge Construction Company was the lowest responsible bidder with a bid of $933,450.50. Based on the available funding we had set aside for this specific project, the county authorized Matt Gay and Associates to identify areas in the design where the scope could be reduced or altered to bring the project within budget. Sorry. Through this coordination and negotiation, the county and Ralph Hodge Construction reached a revised proposed budget of $800,039, which represents a reduction of $133,391.50. And the original proposal still delivers a project that will meet the project goals. Based on the certified bid tab and subsequent negotiated contract price, we recommend awarding the Dorchester Sewer System Rehab Project to Ralph Hodge Construction Company in the amount of $800,039. This award is conditional upon the Division of Water Infrastructure's issuance of the authority to award the project. Once approval is received from DWI, staff recommends the Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of the county. If you have any questions, I can answer those now.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Commissioner Howell?
Just clarification. So we renegotiated, after the lowest bid was received, we renegotiated the price on that? Did we get a reduction in the amount of work that was being done, or he just lowered his price?
No, it is a reduction in the amount of work being done. We are basically going from installing 8,200 foot of 3-inch force main, where we are only going to install a little over 5,000, and we will tie into the old kind of existing 6-inch force main.
So we're originally going to do 82?
Uh-huh.
And now how many feet?
A little over 5,000.
I'm confused.
So there's a 6-inch force main now that runs from the existing Dorchester lift station to another lift station north of the rest area on I-95, which is what we call the Browntown lift station. So instead of, we were going to put in a new 3-inch the entire length. So what we've done now is reduce the amount that we would install, and we will reuse the existing 6-inch force main. So we'll tie into it a little more than halfway. And from there, it can basically run downhill hydraulically, and we'll use the old existing force main.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield?
Does Nash County own totally the water system?
In
Water and sewer system?
In Dorchester? In
Okay.
Dorchester? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Move now to agenda item number 15, Nash County Senior Center Expansion Project. Call on Deputy County Manager Jonathan Boone to present a request.
Thank you,
Morning,
Mr. Chairman.
Boone.
We're right up on noon, so it's still morning. But by the time we're done, we'll be in the afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. Want to report that bids were open on the Nash County Senior Center Expansion Project back on Tuesday, August 12th, and we received a total of 4 bids, and you have received a copy of the bid tabulation. Bids range from a low of $2,581,000 to a high of $2,780,000, with an average of $2,666,125. Staff is recommending that the Nash County Board of Commissioners award the Nash County Senior Center Expansion Project to Calvin Davenport, who was a low bidder. We are recommending that the contract be awarded in the amount of $2,749,688, and that represents the base bid plus the 4 add alternates that were included in conjunction with the project. It is also recommended that Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract with Calvin Davenport on behalf of Nash County. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff? Anyone have any questions? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item number 18. Mr. Boone continues, Nash County Recreation Center renovations.
All right, that is item 16. in your
16,
agenda,
yes, sir, I'm
correct?
sorry.
No problem. The board will recall that Nash County acquired the former Fellowship Church property here in Nashville back in January of this year. And since that time, Nash County has received 2 grants in the amount of $500,000 to assist with that renovation. One, an accessibility grant, the other is a Part F grant. And we, since that time, received a proposal from Charter Construction Services, who assisted staff in the county during the due diligence phase of that project to acquire the property. And they provide us with a proposal to complete the Phase 1 renovation plans for the Nash County Recreation Center. And based on the proposal received and Charter Construction's previous work on this project, it is recommended that the contract be awarded to Charter Construction Services in the amount of $67,442. So again, staff is recommending that the county commissioners approve the contract with Charter Construction Services and authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of the county.
Questions for staff? Any questions? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item number 17, Edwards Road Waterline Extension. Mr. Boone presents the request.
Yes, sir. The county manager's office has received several inquiries from residents along Edwards Road. Edwards Road is located off of NC 58, just south of Castalia, regarding their interest in connecting to the county water system. I also believe those residents have reached out to one or more commissioners regarding their concerns. Given the availability of ARPA interest funds that the county still has yet to obligate, and the ability of those funds to be used to cover the cost of the proposed 6,600-foot extension of the county water system, and its compliance with the guidelines associated with ARPA funds, staff is requesting approval of $300,000 in ARPA interest funds to cover the cost of this project. So again, staff is recommending that county commissioners approve the allocation of $300,000 in ARPA interest funds to be used to fund the Edwards Road Waterline Extension Project.
Any questions for staff?
And I will say, I should have said on the front end, of course, the ARPA committee, I believe, last met in the latter part of 2024. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Davis served on that committee. I did discuss this with them, and they were in support of this recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item number 18. Mr. Boone continues. Application to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety for Nash County's license as a proprietary security organization. Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir. The board will recall in July of 2022, the board approved establishment of a new safety and security position for the Nash County Administration Building. The board also approved allowing the chief security officer to open carry a firearm in the administration building. Since that time, we've added another staff member, and with the current budget that was approved July 1st, 2025, so the FY 2026 budget also included funding for an additional part-time position. The chief security officer's license has expired. In an effort to ensure we have consistency with all staff under our building safety and security program, Nash County is seeking licensure from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety to be a proprietary security organization. This will allow us to properly train all staff, existing and future, in this department and have consistency in staff being armed. And the recommendation is we're asking the board to approve our application to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety and allow the county manager to write a letter with the application, which is required, authorizing the establishment of a proprietary security organization.
Questions for staff? Any questions? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion.
Just a point of discussion on this topic.
So, all right, I'll hold the approval until I hear your comment.
There's still some discussion in the public safety meeting on whether we have officers armed or not, but it was brought to our attention that the officers, if they are armed, require this certification. So just a point to note that this certification is needed for us to be in compliance. That's the point, but there's still discussion within the public safety meeting. There's not been a decision made yet on what kind of security the admin building wants from the Public Safety Committee, whether they want hard or soft. That's still being discussed.
Thank you, Commissioner Howell. That motion passes. All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 19, federal budget impasse and Older Americans Act funding. Call on the county manager to present the request, and I think she's got Senior Services Director Ashley Winstead with her this morning. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. Okay, so this item is for the federal budget impasse and the Older Americans Act funding. So currently, there is a budget impasse in Washington, D.C. with no agreement reached on the federal budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026, nor on extending the current budgetary appropriations through a continuing resolution. Without an agreement, the federal government shutdown occurred on October the 1st. Our Regional Area Agency on Aging has contacted the North Carolina Division of Aging for guidance on the potential impacts of the shutdown on aging services in North Carolina. The state has indicated that they will not advance funds in the absence of federal payments during the shutdown. Consequently, services provided from Wednesday, October the 1st onward will not be reimbursed until federal funding is approved by Congress and signed by the President. The exception is the continuation of critical services during a shutdown. The Federal Office of Management and Budget, OMB, determines what constitutes critical services. Historically, services under the Older Americans Act have not been classified as critical services during a shutdown. For Nash County, this means that services for older adults funded under the Home and Community Care Block Grant, which are home-delivered meals, in-home aid services, general transportation, medical transportation, and adult day health care, have gone unfunded since October the 1st, 2025. We anticipate the cost of continuing services to our older adult population through the end of the calendar year to be no more than $100,000. Although history does not predict the future, there have been 10 government shutdowns since 1980. They have increased in frequency in the last couple of decades. However, most are very short. 7 of the 10 lasted 5 days or less, and the longest was 35 days in 2018-2019. We are in unprecedented times and would like the board to consider supporting funding through the end of 2025. This will provide staff time to access the most critical cases. It'll provide staff time to assess the most critical cases and communicate with families about alternative plans, reduce services, and should the impasse last through the end of the calendar year, discontinue grant-funded services and programs beginning January 1, 2026. So the recommendation is approval of continuing to serve older adults participating in grant-funded programs through senior services through January 1, 2026. And as stated earlier, no more than $100,000 would be needed if we actually had to carry those services out that long.
Ms. Winston, do you have any comments?
She's devastated.
She is. Well, I don't want her to be devastated.
No.
Yeah.
But we're going to continue our services, and we're also in contact with the Wright Center, Rocky Mountain Meals on Wheels, and our in-home aid providers, and they're going to continue their services as long as they are able to.
Got any questions for staff? Commissioner Howell.
So am I to understand that we're going to use this funding to pay for the absence of the federal funding or state funding in lieu, but if the state funding returns, then this money will not be used?
That's correct.
It's not going to be an addition?
That's correct. So what has happened in the past is during the shutdown, they've continued the funding, and then when the federal government actually adopted a budget, the funds were paid. So that's what the hope would be, that no matter how long the shutdown takes, that when it is.
And I would ask you double checking this one, because in my understanding and looking in this a little deeper, this shutdown is different than previous ones.
Right.
There is no look-back payment on these. So that's why I was just asking, we're just going to use this, carry on with the same budget that we're currently doing, in lieu of the federal funding.
Correct.
Till we get to the first of the year.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Davis?
Stacy, is there money available in the departmental budget to cover this, or have you looked at that yet?
Well, so the way that these funds work, our Home and Community Care Block Grant funding works, is it's budgeted. So we've got it in the budget. It's just the reimbursement of it. So we've got it in the budget to spend. It's just making you aware that if we don't get reimbursement for it, the county, it would be on the county.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other
Chair.
questions? Commissioner Wilkins?
So after January 1, we will still do the critical ones that you have?
No, so that the definition of critical services, that's at the federal level. So they designate critical services, and I think I forwarded on an email from Ms. DeVega about some of our DSS services, where those are deemed critical services, and will continue to get funding. Older Americans Act, Home and Community Care Block Grant funding is not considered critical services from the federal government. So as of October 1, they have been unfunded.
Okay, and so on January 1, those
On
who are
January 1, if
receiving...
our federal government has not been able to pass a budget between now and January 1, we will stop serving our clients in those programs.
And they will be notified.
Right, that's what we're asking for this time frame to do, is to start communication with families and help provide alternative services.
Thank you.
Commissioner Howell?
Yes, ma'am. And just to clarify, too, some of these services may go away, not be funding in the future. So if you find that out, could we get an update in December? Because definitely something we need to look at and be prepared to discuss, because this is a valuable service to the citizens in Nash County. Just want to make sure we got time prepared to take
Absolutely.
action for January.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Belfield?
Approximately how many seniors fall under this program?
So in total, right now, we have home delivered meals. We have 56 clients that we're serving hot meals to. We have 9 that we're receiving frozen meals, 23 that we transport for medical transportation. In general, we have about 6. And this also impacts our senior centers, so our senior center operations.
Are you going to continue adding seniors on
No,
while
right
this?
now, we're not adding. We're only serving what we currently have.
Just hold them where you are.
Yes.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank
We'll move
you.
now to agenda item, thank you, Ms. Winstead, for being here. Move now to agenda item number 20. Finance Director Nikki Stanton will present request County Capital Project Fund Ordinance Amendment. You're going to be up here a while.
Yes, I am.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, the first is a project ordinance amendment for the county capital project for the senior center expansion. I think you heard this earlier, as the bid came in, and it was higher than what we had thought it would be, so I'm requesting $125,000 from the fund balance for this project.
Questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item number 21, Ms. Stanton, American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, Grant Funds.
This is the amendment for what Jonathan spoke about earlier, the ARPA interest earnings for $300,000 for the Northern Nash Water Phase 2 Project Fund. We're requesting the amended project ordinance.
Questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second by Commissioner Howell? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Move to agenda item number 22, Ms. Stanton, Housing 2023 Essential Single Family Rehabilitation.
This is an amendment to a project ordinance as well. It's for the Essential Single Family Rehabilitation Loan Pool. There was a funding agreement modification to increase Nash's allocated amount to $711,050. This is a request to amend the project ordinance.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for
Well, let me
approval.
back up a minute. Do you have any questions for Ms. Stanton? Sorry. All right. Go ahead,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Wilkins.
just one question. You said based on the addition of more homes, how many more homes?
Let me see if she gave me that information, sorry.
We can,
Yeah, I'll have to check with Emily and see.
we'll get that answer for you.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, I think you made the motion, Ms. Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item number 23 is next. Ms. Stanton, North Carolina DEQ Grant Wastewater and Water Infrastructure Project.
This is an amendment to the project ordinance as well. It's moving $45,000 from the construction to the engineering and design services.
Any questions for Ms. Stanton? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Move to agenda item number 24, Ms. Stanton, Southern Nash Middle School Capital Project Ordinance Amendment.
This is an amendment for the Southern Nash Middle School Capital Project. The $44 million was originally budgeted in contingency. We have since received the information, the breakdown on the cost for this project. So this is an amendment to the project ordinance to break it out into each line.
Questions for staff?
Has that project started yet?
Mr. Belfield, you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Has that project started? It's just still,
I got the first invoice Friday.
it has started?
Yes.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Commissioner Howell?
Second, sir.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item 25, Opioid Settlement Fund Project Ordinance Amendment. Ms. Stanton.
This is an amendment as well. Back in May, $400,000 was authorized for two strategies, and this is just amending the project ordinance to add those two strategies to the project.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move now to agenda item number 26, budget amendments. Ms. Stanton.
The first one is senior services. This is moving FY25 money into FY26 for the SHIP program and the MIPA program.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, you've heard. All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Howell, motion by Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, that's through 26. Now we're going to add 26. I'm sorry.
I think we've got additional budget amendments under item 26 for the board to hear. That was the first, she presented the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Back me up and get me back on track.
Okay, so the second budget amendment is for
Oh,
senior
I'm sorry.
services.
You haven't been through them all.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
The second one is for senior services as well. It's moving FY25 funds into FY26 for donations and cost share.
Any questions? Without objection, we'll do the rest of them with one motion. Go ahead.
All right, the third one is for the Sheriff's Department. They received a software grant, and this is just recognizing the revenue and the expenditure.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Number 4 is for social services. This budget amendment is to increase the state funds to provide foster care placement stability for children with behavioral health needs.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Number 5 is Duke Race Cars Clinical Trial. We received some revenue, and this is just splitting the expenses between the two departments, EMS and Emergency Services.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Number 6, Animal Services. This
I'm
budget
sorry.
amendment.
Do you have a question, Mr. Belfield? Commissioner
Yes,
Belfield?
I was looking, there's, I hadn't pulled it over far enough. I got it.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, number 6 is Animal Services. This budget amendment is to provide fund balance appropriation to Animal Services for operational expenses and capital. You'll see the expenditures broken down on this page and the next page.
I'm missing, what am I missing here? Come up here and help me, Madam Clerk. Where am I?
She's on budget amendment number 6.
Starts at the bottom of page 222 and goes to the top.
Okay, I got you now. Okay, go ahead.
All right, and number 7 is just recognizing the project ordinance amendment. This is the budget amendment to reflect that project ordinance amendment for the interest earnings.
All right, so we voted on 1, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're voting on 2 through 7.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll move now to 26A, ABC Board request. This is an informational item only. County Attorney Mike Gaynor will present the request with Ms. Stanton.
Again, this request came from, as a result of the ABC performance audit. North Carolina General Statute 18B-805 has certain requirements that once met, allows the Board of Commissioners discretion on how the remaining gross receipts are allocated. There are provisions in the statute for working capital after the distributions provided for in subsections B and C. The local board may set aside a portion of the remaining gross receipts within the limits set by the rules of the commission as cash to operate the ABC system. With the approval of the appointing authority for the board, the local board may also set aside a portion of the remaining gross receipts as a fund for specific capital improvements. Other distributions. After making distributions pursuant to sections B, C, and D, the local board shall pay each quarter the remaining gross receipts to the general fund of the city or county for which the board is established, unless some other distribution or some other GS 18B-805 schedule is provided for by law. If the governing body of each city and county receiving revenue from the ABC system agrees, those governing bodies may alter at any time the distributions to be made under this subsection or any local act. And copies of the resolution agreeing to a new distribution formula and a copy of the approved new distribution formula shall be submitted to the commission for review and audit purposes. If any of the governing bodies later withdraws its consent to the change in distribution, profits shall be distributed according to the original formula. So basically, the general statutes permit the ABC board to retain a portion of the remaining gross receipts for capital improvements. That's after operating expenses and after certain allocations for alcohol use and abuse programs. Currently, that allocation is 37%. percentage is discretionary, is subject to change, is not mandated by statute, and any unallocated gross receipts are remitted to the county. The allocation is estimated annually for budgetary purposes. In fiscal year 2024, the county estimated $195,000 in revenue from gross receipts, and I believe you've got the information as to where those funds were spent. And they were prioritized first by the contractual obligations, and followed by the Trillium for Recovery Resources. The remaining county departments, Health, EMS, and DSS, receive funding only if the revenue exceeds the $144,000. In 2024, the actual revenue was $169,877. And that resulted in funding reductions for the Health Department, EMS, and DSS of $25,122. A point to note, the contract with UNC Health, with the Health Navigator position, has been eliminated at this point, so that contractual obligation no longer exists. In 2024, the ABC Board retained 37% of the remaining gross receipts for capital improvements, totaling $810,800. The retention contributed to working capital fund balance of $5,387,003. Per the audit, the auditor recommended a minimum fund balance of $551,568 and a maximum of $3,585,189. The working capital balance is reported as $551,568, with the remaining designated for capital projects. And for 2025, the board plans to utilize $2,250,000 for capital improvement fund to construct a new store. So are there any questions from the board?
Any questions for the attorney or staff? Commissioner Howell.
As being new, not completely understanding this yet, so what happens if this board falls short in funding? Is the county responsible for subsidizing those funds?
If the ABC Board falls short?
If the receipts not generated by the taxes is not generated enough to cover their budget, is the county financially responsible for meeting those?
So what happened this past year is they just did not have those funds to spend. So the Health Department, DSS, and they just were $25,000 short of what we had originally allocated them.
But are you saying for the...
So let's just say contractor, we have the, based on 24, we have the contractual agreements that the ABC Board has made. If they don't have enough receipts to pay for those contractual agreements, do they dip into other funds, their capital project funds, or they come back to the board? So Nash County, since we take the funds, this excess?
So the contract agreements are by Nash County, but that is budgeted, and Ms. Stanton may be able to, but it's budgeted based on the projections of sales, and those sales, what is mandated by statute is how much has to go for those certain programs, as I understand it. And
so that's my question. So if receipts don't generate enough to cover those contractual agreements, who's financially responsible?
Well, those, as is stated, those programs are reduced. They're still meeting the requirement of the statute because we're allocating it. The percentage, correct. So the local board shall spend for law enforcement an amount set by the board, which is at least 5% of the gross receipts remaining after the distribution is required. And 3.5% provided shall be designated for, let's see.
And I guess, are all of them set up on a percentage? So if they're all on a percentage, then you're never going to fall short, correct?
You will not fall short, but what I think what happened is that the county, and again, I'm stepping into the budget, but the county budgeted based on projections and entered into these contracts, specifically the $50,000 contract with the hospital, which was related to substance use, a counselor of some sort, I believe, and that position has been eliminated. And so that will no longer be a recurring expense.
So everything's on a percentage?
Correct.
Okay.
Not everything. Not everything. There is a county allocation that is budgeted at $1 million. And then there's municipality budgets, and that's budgeted at a dollar amount. That's the only thing that's not percentage-based.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand it. So if it's not percentage-based, and we're contractually bound to do that much money, and if this is receipt-generated, if we fall short of that, is the county responsible for subsidizing that? To make those?
Only the contracts. Only the contracts. The other would be, we just would not have that money in DSS or health.
But then the extras going back to the county, to the general fund, that we get to spend in the general piggy bank, basically.
Right.
So we have funds there over a period of time to cover that in the event it would happen.
Right.
Thank you. Just trying to understand.
Other question, Commissioner Davis.
Why did this have to be presented to this board is my question. I don't quite grasp that.
The last resolution was done in 2012. The ABC board had a performance audit, and the audit suggested that they get it updated. So they sent it here to be updated, to be signed, and their next board meeting is on October 30th.
So if we're going, are you saying this board is going to sign a resolution?
So I wanted to, this is a lot of information, and several of you were not here, and well, several of you were, but most of you were not here in 2012. So today I wanted to present the information to the board. I think, what's in question is that Nash County has designated 37% of proceeds to go back to the ABC board. And they now have a fund balance at over $5 million, where they themselves had set their maximum, that they wanted their maximum for their fund balance to be $3 million something. So we wanted to share this information and try to make everyone aware of the financial position that they're in, and they're wanting to spend $2.25 million to construct a new facility, which will basically bring their fund balance down to where they really want their max of their fund balance to be. But yet, in this last year, the projections didn't raise to the level to where we thought the projections were going to be. Nash County did not get all of the money that we had planned, that we had budgeted for. We did pay out the contractual services first. We pay those first, so that there's no contract that's going to ever go unpaid. We paid those first, but there were other services, other departments, other Nash County departments that were looking to receive some of those funds, and they were not able to receive the full amount because of the deficit, because of not meeting the projections that we thought. So we wanted to try to share this information with the board today. I'm not sure if the ABC board's expectation is to have the resolution signed before their October 30th meeting. They have invited me to that meeting. I will go to that meeting, but we needed to get board members up to speed on the process and make you aware that this 37% of sales that they get to hold on to, that they get to retain, that's established by you. So if, before we sign the next resolution, wish to change that amount because of the financial situation that we're looking at today, then you have the opportunity to do that. So that's the nutshell of why we're presenting this to you today. They need a resolution signed, but by signing it, that would establish either we continue on at 37%, and Nikki can pull some more information for us. I think it would be helpful for you all to see what the budget numbers have been maybe over the last 5 years, to see the increases, because we said from 23 to 24, it was like a 17% increase in revenue for them. So we want you to see those numbers so that you can make an educated decision about whether you want to stay at 37% or if you want to change that amount.
Mr. Davis?
Sorry. Two things to note. I have reached out to other counties to see what their percentage may be. And also, in the statute, it says anything that's not allocated out comes back to the county. So anything above what we've already said is going to different places would come back to the county, above and beyond what the allocations are. So.
Mr. Davis?
I think I now understand what you're doing, but it will come back to us again.
Oh, yes.
Before we sign in the resolution.
Oh, yes.
And I have one point that I need to make. I currently am constructing, or a company I own, Turnkey Contractors, is constructing the new ABC store. And I can assure you it wasn't anywhere near the figure that you quoted there. But regardless of that, they took competitive bids. Prior to doing that, and I'm not putting our attorney under the bus by any means, because I have done this work before for the ABC store, I did contact Mr. Gaynor and got him to look into it to make sure nothing had changed that would allow our company to still bid ABC work, because our board does not award that work. And of course, they wished for us to bid it, and because of our past experience with the ABC board, so it was bid by my company, and Mr. Gaynor, you indicated that that was legal for us to do that, and I just don't want to get caught up later in this process, is the reason I'm disclosing that at this point.
Right.
And I think just to clarify that these percentages are after the required allocations are spent. And Commissioner Howell, so all the operating costs are covered by sales. All of these percentages, this 37% is net of all of the expenses that are required by statute and the operating costs. So.
Commissioner Howell?
I just had a thought. So where we were short this year because of we didn't meet the projected income from receipts, did the county make that difference up to those areas, or did they just have to operate their budget on a smaller?
Yes, they just didn't have it.
Okay. And then one thing before we bring this back to vote on it would be helpful, I think, as well as, is there a strategic plan in place to build more facilities in the county to spend those funds? And/or when was the last time new facilities have been built or renovated?
So I can reach out to them and get those answers. Yeah.
I think that would help make our
Absolutely.
decision.
Other questions?
So you're saying they meet on the 30th of October?
And I'll reach out to them before then and get some more information about their planning and you know, operational needs that they have. But if the board would like for us to put together some small meetings to come together and have some more discussion through the month before we revisit this in November, I think it'd be good for us to get more information to you, again, about what the sales have been trending over the maybe last 5 years, and start to have some discussion that way, and then we can determine if we need to have any small group meetings or not.
Mr. Davis?
I think most of the board members' preference would be for us to receive the information at the same time as the way we generally look at things. I'm not saying everybody feels that way, but if you don't have a deadline, you've got to sign a resolution or adopt a resolution.
I was not, a deadline was not shared with me.
But if you do have a deadline, then the small meetings might be a good option.
Right.
And just throw this out as if the 30th is a hard date for them, then we do have a meeting on the 28th. If need be, we could act on it then. Just a thought.
So I'll reach out and get more information about if there is a hard date for them, and I'll communicate that with the board.
But if not, then if we all could hear it at once, that'd probably be a good idea, but if we can't, we can't.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.
So is this information public?
Yeah.
ABC information? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, we're going to move now to agenda item number 27, board appointments. Call on the Assistant County Manager, Tia Fuller, to present the request.
Good
morning.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Good
Fuller.
afternoon. We have one board appointment for your consideration. This is with the Nash County Jury Commission. Please consider the reappointment of Mr. R.L. Bass to the Nash County Jury Commission. Mr. Bass has been confirmed as eligible and has expressed his willingness to continue serving. His reappointment is recommended by the Clerk of Superior Court. If approved, Mr. Bass will serve an additional 2-year term concluding on July 30th, 2027.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Fuller? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Howell, second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Now we'll move to agenda item number 28, Commissioner comments. Any commissioner has any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I just want to ask, if permissible, if the staff would post something on the social media page about the meals or the older American thing, just a short bleep saying that if the impasse in Washington is not over by December 31st, I know a lot of them look for those Meals on Wheels or, the meals or the benefits. Is there a way you can post something to let them, I know the county's going to let them know, and they have to qualify and all that, but can you put something on social media so the families or distant family members, can anticipate what may happen?
Yes, let's talk about that. But we will be in direct contact with the families and the participants, but yeah, let's talk more about how we might do that.
Okay,
thank you.
Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Davis?
I'm going to give you the housing report, as I usually do. Our commercial building applications issued this month were down somewhat. They were 1.8 million total. There were 36 new home stick-built houses permits issued, which is down somewhat also, and 51 manufactured homes, a total of 51 new homes in Nash County. They were by 18 different builders. The highest concentration, more so than has been the last couple of months, was indeed in the southern part of the county, the Bailey-Middlesex area. The highest home price permit was $600,000, and the highest manufactured home was $261,000. Just for your information on that. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, I've got on my mind this morning is the intersection that we've heard so much about, Old Carriage Road and Eastern Avenue, and the no left turns that continue to be an issue for our businesses out there. I would like for this board to consider adopting a resolution asking the DOT to open back up the investigation on that intersection. I am concerned about it. I'm concerned several reasons. One thing, I think the DOT somewhat put some of the blame on not this whole board, but certain members of this board, when I do know it to be a fact that this board did not get involved in the decision, nor will we ever get involved in any decision about DOT work about those left turns. But now that we've seen it operate for 2 or 3 months, I have talked to those business owners in the last week, and they are experiencing reduction in sales of 40 to 50%, some of them. If you look at the situation, I can tell you it's an easy fix to fix what's out there. And yes, I'm stepping out of my lane with DOT, and I do apologize to the DOT for stepping out of my lane, but I think it's serious enough that this board needs to consider trying to help those people, and our residents, quite frankly. That design was put in place based on a future traffic count, some possibly 20 years up the road. We've got a very large commercial development thought to be going in place at some point. That land decision was made by the mayor of Rocky Mountain and his elected officials that they were going to possibly develop that land themselves or have it available for the development. It's not in the hands of a commercial developer, and I don't think anyone has any idea how long it would be before that property is developed. You could go out there and retime those signal lights like they have done at Westmount Drive, like they've done at 97, and operate that intersection as it's built, and it's my thoughts, with traffic control signal lights that would allow those left turns until such time in the future that the traffic count would not allow that to be done anymore. And this is just a layperson speaking of this, but I feel very compelled that this board needs to try to help those citizens that own those properties, but even more so, they need to help the motoring public to negotiate through that area without having to reroute them somewhere else, which is what's happening. And I am going to work over the next month on the wording of that resolution. If indeed, I'd like to hear correspondence back from the board members to see if they would support that. I'm not asking for a vote today by any means. You don't vote on something that you hadn't seen. But I do think it's a big issue for Nash County and that area, and I really don't understand why it was done. I do know we held 2 public meetings, Mr. Chairman, in this room, and I've gone back and listened to those 2 meetings very recently, and we did all we could do to prevent that from happening. I'm sure of that. But now that it has happened and it is turned out like it is, I'd just like for us to take another stab at it, and I'll be asking you for your support on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a comment on that, if I'm thinking going south on Old Carriage Road, of course, you got 2 lanes at each entry point. But going south on Old Carriage Road is a little bit different because you've got 1 lane straight through and you've got 1 lane that's dedicated right turn. So when you consider your resolution, you might want to think about, how you would deal with that particular piece of it.
Understood.
Okay. Any questions of Commissioner Davis regarding that matter? Commissioner Howell?
Yes. What?
Hold on, Commissioner Belfield, I'll come back.
Go ahead, that's fine.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Howell.
I'd just like to follow up. I did attend a meeting with DOT and our House of Representatives and some other members from the House that were there from certain committees on DOT. And they are, to Commissioner Davis's point, they are looking at this, of what the alternatives are. They said they did have to complete this contract because it was already in process, so they can't stop that at this point. But once this gets done, they're taking and reviewing the traffic studies and what's taking place, and they're going to have a proposal on the way that they can accommodate and changes for this. But I do support Commissioner Davis's resolution. We're doing this. I just would also ask that we reach out to our House representatives and make sure that we've got the exact information that they've got in there as well with DOT on this.
Commissioner Belfield?
Oh, I was just wondering do we really need a resolution to deal with this project? Because it certainly needs to be dealt with.
Well, I think the resolution would be the right way to request it of the DOT, if that's something that this board wants to do. I think that'd be the better way. Commissioner Arrington?
Well, this is on the boundaries of the city limits of Rocky Mount. What's their involvement in participation? Yeah, I'm asking.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah.
It is currently located in the county, not in the city of Rocky Mount.
It's on the edge.
Most of it is indeed in the ETJ. I do not know what their position is. I hope maybe they would consider the same approach that I'm asking this board to consider. and maybe they would moving forward. I'm not sure of that.
Well, again, I think to Commissioner Howell's point, that done a collaboration, getting input from all groups would be the best way to go about it. But I believe the city limits actually comes to the sheets. So that side is city, and once you go over Old Carriage, it's county, I believe.
That's
I think that, Commissioner Davis, I'm not sure. But
That's
anyway,
why- that's
think
why I
it'd be
asked
best
the
to
question,
involve all
I think
parties.
so.
It would be.
But back to that other point, that straight through, if that dedicated right, you could possibly make that a straight through and a dedicated right, and it would not impede the traffic flow. But that's just my thoughts. Any other, Commissioner Leggett?
I would support the same type of resolution, exploring left turns again on this intersection.
Other comments?
Well, just one other comment. I did attend the Spring Hope Pumpkin Festival this past Saturday. I missed some of my other commissioners there, but we had a great time and enjoyed it. The weather was nice. The vendors were good. We had it over at the Spalding Center where all the vendors was at, and it seemed like it was well participated.
Other comments from commissioners?
I would
Mr.
echo
Davis?
that. I attended Friday night and Saturday afternoon, and I think it was very well put on, and I hope that they're able to save it and keep it going many years in the future. And it worked very well this fall.
Other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A cornerstone in our government is the responsibility to ensure that taxpayer funds are allocated and spent for direct support for budgeted priorities. Having recently been elected as a commissioner, learning the budget process, how the budget ordinances are presented, and the funds are used has been eye-opening for me. Nash County budget policy delegates budget oversight to our county manager, which has established thresholds for authority in place. Example, the ability to pay expenditures up to $10,000 per transaction, the ability to give pay raises up to 10%, to approve change orders up to $25,000 without any involvement from our our commissioners for involvement or approval. As commissioners, you can see we have very little insight into the operational side of physical management. I found this to be a challenging area, given many of our budget actions come before the board each month for consideration, but we have little to no oversight or information presented at the time of overall departmental financial situations. We need more transparency to better understand our financial status compared to our budget, other than just at the beginning of each year, which is routinely being asked approval for funds moving through the financial fiscal year with no insight on where the county currently stands financially. The annual budget process does provide awareness to our needs by departments, but does not detail its funds already allocated or being used efficiently or effectively. We have responsibility to deliver accurate, clear, tangible details on how funds are spent and services are delivered to the citizens of Nash County as a county commissioner. This accountability can be achieved through establishing more transparency on how funds are budgeted, spent in our departments. The expectation is clear for Nash County. We must deliver accurate budgets with tangible results. We need open accessibility to financial information. This transparency builds public trust, ensures accountability, and promoting efficient use of resources. It helps us as commissioners to have confidence to make informed decisions about budgets, funding, allocations, long-term financial planning. It helps our citizens trust that their tax dollars are being used effectively. We need to review our accounting standards as commissioners. We should receive on minimum a quarterly summary report on the budget health of our county. These summaries should be available and accessible by our citizens as well. Summary with budget exceptions where these thresholds are reached. Why do we need this, you ask? We can't afford not to. Transparency keeps commissioners and the public informed while reducing the risk of financial mismanagement and overspending. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Leggett?
I'd just like to make a comment a bit to respond to Commissioner Howell's comments. While I do appreciate, your desire for transparency, and I do have the same desire to make sure that the citizens know how their money is being spent, The commissioners do receive a detailed monthly report of how all the county money is being spent and progress on budgets. We receive very detailed reports from each department on what's going on, as well as the financial status of the county. Thank you.
Other comments?
I would.
Commissioner Howell?
Redirect, please. Just, can someone please provide me that information, because I'm not receiving that.
You are, it's in your monthly status report.
And I've also asked on repeated times, verbally and in writing, specifically for all expenditures that are under $10,000 to be sent to me as well, and I've yet to receive that. I can furnish the emails if you like.
Yeah, that would be good.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis, do you have comments?
I think I'll keep my comments to myself, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments? All right, that wraps up commissioner comments. We'll move now to the manager's report. Call on the county manager to make the report.
Thank you. We held our third Saturday pet adoption event this past Saturday, and the event was a success. We adopted out 5 dogs and 2 cats. We appreciate the ongoing support of Paw NC and Nash County Animal Friends of North Carolina, as well as the rescue groups that help not just Nash County, but many other jurisdictions with animals. This Thursday from 11 to 1 p.m., we will hold our 2025 United Way kickoff campaign for county employees. The event will be held on the 3rd floor of the administration building. Lunch will be in the break room. United Way will be present along with 9 community partners. And we'll have lots of activities for our employees up here on the 3rd floor, and we invite you to join us. This month, our staff will be conducting annual performance evaluations. We encourage everyone to take the process seriously and be open to honest, constructive feedback that is only intended to improve us individually and professionally and continue to move Nash County forward. These evaluations will result in a merit increase in January for those who are meeting expectations and exceeding expectations. Ms. Wilkins, this is for you.
Thank you.
The Cooperative Extension Services has applied for and has been approved for signage on US 64, future I-87 for the Nash County Arboretum. We're in the process of finalizing a contract with the North Carolina Signing Program, and once the signs are created, they will be installed on both the east and westbound routes at exit 461.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The budget calendar for FY27 has been developed, and a copy was placed at your seat today. If we make any adjustments to that, we will provide you with an updated copy. I know that you are aware of many capital projects that are underway, but I want to make sure that you're also aware of several internal projects that are taking place. Our IT department is working on the implementation of our new phone system. Our finance office is working on electronic timesheets and moving forward with employees being paid twice a month. HR is working with a consultant to assist us with our human resources policy manual, updating policies, organizing it, and hopefully will help to separate policies from procedures. Our HR department is also working with our new benefits coordinator, Gallagher, to assess our pre-65 retirees' options for coverage. And I'll be glad to provide you all with a copy of this. Our tax and IT department are working on evaluating a new software system that is more efficient and customer-friendly. Mr. Boone, along with HR, are engaging with our salary study consultant to review the human services departments. Mr. Boone is also working to get a consultant to study our fleet and our options for moving forward. And of course, you already know that the planning department is working on the UDO update. So I just wanted to remind you, and in some cases inform you, of some projects that are going on across our organization. Several of these projects will result in budget requests in the upcoming budget year. And Commissioner Wilkins, to answer your question about how many additional houses were addressed with the additional funds, it was one additional house. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Boone. October 22nd at 10 a.m. 2 p.m. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. October the 22nd at 2 p.m. is when we will hold our commemorative courtyard ceremony for Mr. Wayne Moore to be added to our courtyard. October 22nd at 2 p.m.
Before we move to Mr. Boone, does anyone have any questions for the manager? Commissioner Davis?
Would you state the time for the United Way kickoff again, please?
That is going to start at 11 a.m. and go until 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Other questions for the manager? So I have one thing I wanted to ask you about. I know we kind of partner and collaborate with Paul NC. Do we do anything with PETA, P-E-T-A, with that group?
No, sir.
Okay, I know they have reached out and offered their services, so that's just something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Boone?
Just a quick update on the Southern Nash wastewater planning grant. The consultant working with us on that project, the Wooten Company, has prepared a draft of the preliminary engineering report and also the environmental document that has been disseminated to the members of that steering committee. And we had to reschedule the meeting for the committee to review that draft report. I believe that email went out today. We're looking at a meeting, assuming it works with everyone's calendar, October 16th. I believe that was at 2 p.m. So that will be our next action item on that project, is review of the draft report to accumulate those comments, update the report so we can submit that to the state for review. Did receive an update from the consultant. They are continuing their conversations with the state on the speculative limits. And again, that's a mouthful or technical term, but basically what parameters the state will allow, how much wastewater and the quality of that wastewater. If a plant were to be built in the southern part of the county, what those requirements would be. That process is ongoing. The state has been working on their statewide model. And that is a very laborious task. We've received some initial feedback, honestly, some a little bit concerning, and we have requested, and I say we, really the consultant has requested a follow-up meeting with DWQ, or DEQ rather, with the next level of supervision in the department to discuss the preliminary feedback we received. So it's an ongoing conversation, but our next action item is review and approval of that draft preliminary engineering report. That's all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Boone? All right, hearing none, I now call for a motion to go into closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. No. Who made the second?
I think Commissioner Wilkins and myself made it at the same time. It doesn't matter.
Commissioner Wilkins made the second.
Yes.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All right. I think, Mr. Gainer, we're expecting some action out of closed session today.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're now moving into closed session.